their land. And that's why we see, you know, when there are people excluded, we see here in Brazil, people aren't used to saying no. And the Munduruku people who traveled from their communities, from their territories, which are threatened by illegal mining, which are threatened by an industrial waterway to transport soy, which are threatened by a Ferrogrão, the soy railway, to transport soy to Europe and China. When we see them coming in buses, in ferries, in boats, in giant caravans, they're not coming to stand outside. They're coming to put some pressure and some heat on the governments, the negotiators, and that's what they came to do. When we saw the COP being shut down on Friday, it was the Munduruku people saying, no one in, no one out. Why? Because they said, we want our land demarcated. We do not want this Ferrogrão, this soy railway. We do not want this waterway. And the COP president came out. And Marina Silva came out, and Minister Sonia Guajajara came out and met with them. And that, you know, that wasn't the plan, but that's democracy. And that was what is so beautiful here in Brazil. And as a result, you know, the Brazilian government said, you know, we're going to put a hold on this Ferrogrão. We're not going forward on this soy railway for Cargill and ADM and Bunge and all these multinational corporations to feed animals, not people. We're not going forward with this without people's consent. And that's democracy, and that's the power of the indigenous movement here in Brazil.
In fact, there is an indigenous march going on right now, right outside of COP. But the level of negotiations and the countries that are playing a key role, if you can explain sort of an insider's look as well.
Well, honestly, I have not been on so much on the inside. I've been more on the outside. But I do know that from the Indigenous Caucus, one of the victories is that there is mention of mining. There is, and that has never happened at a COP. There is a mention of mining as a cause of climate change, and that there needs to be free, prior, and informed consent. And there's also a mention of discussions and mention of indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. That means uncontacted peoples. There's still uncontacted peoples here in the Amazon, and that is one of the major demands of the indigenous movement, that the lands of indigenous people in voluntary isolation in particular need to be free from any kind of extraction.
I want people to understand, and let me put this question to Viviana Santiago. Here you are in Brazil, head of Oxfam Brazil. What isolated communities are? People who voluntarily choose, communities that voluntarily choose to be isolated. And what that means, it's a really formal government designation and how the government protects them.
I think that isolated indigenous communities are the most beautiful thing in the entire world, because we can see how these people has decided to live according their beliefs, according their traditions. They really believe that they don't need this contact. They don't want this contact. And the way that they are framing their cosmovision is based on their own history and completely connected with ancestrality. Here in Brazil, they are protected by law. They are protected, and we can ensure also this protection because they are more vulnerable to disease than the other people and communities. So avoid and really prevent people from outside to be there is a duty of the government here in Brazil. But their lands are super valued here in Brazil, and that's why to address mining during COP, it's important, because right now, because of the transitions, we are facing all the time the importance of the minerals, but there's not good mining. So when we are talking about the importance of these minerals, we are talking about mining, and we are again putting these lands in the center of this process and making them more vulnerable than before. And I think that right now, Brazilian government must ensure total protections, and it can be done by protect their lands. If you protect the land, you protect the people.
There are more indigenous people here at this COP30 than there have been at any UN climate summit. I'm wondering, before we wrap up, if you can talk about President Lula's proposal of tropical forests forever. If you can explain, and maybe Leila, you can too, talk about Lula's proposal to pay countries not to deforest.
I'll start. I can say that in our perspective as Oxfam, we understand that it's really innovative. This mechanism, it's really an innovation from COP presidents, from Brazilian presidents. But we also understand that there would be faster ways to achieve the same result. We believe that a global taxation on wealth and sectors that are polluting the world right now would be more effective and fast. The amount of money that is available for communities, it starts on 20%, but we understand that it would be a start, but indigenous peoples are asked for at least half of the fund. So there is a simple way, and we can do it taxing the rich polluters, taxing the sectors that are polluting more, and the money, it can be led to the local communities.
Leila, we spoke to a Jamaican British climate activist when the hurricane hit Jamaica. And she said, rather than naming hurricanes, Hurricane Melissa, Hurricane John, why don't you name them after oil companies? And I'm just wondering, Leila, as we wrap up, the significance of Trump not sending a high-level delegation to this summit, the first time American government has not. I mean, there are a number of senators and Congress members who do believe in climate change who are here representing the government but not representing Trump. Do you see this actually as an opportunity that the administration will not be shaping what goes on, or are they doing it in other ways, through the fossil fuel lobbyists, for example?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, while the federal government is not here, civil society is here, and subnational states were here. I mean, the California governor was here. Various representatives of the state of California were here. And we're very happy to have been collaborating with Senator Josh Becker, who led an initiative in the state of California to investigate California's reliance on Amazon crude, because over half of the Amazon crude that comes out of Ecuador, which has had an amazing election yesterday for the rights of nature and for democracy, half of the oil, over half of the oil that comes out of Ecuador comes to California. So we're looking into, as a part of the just transition in California, phasing out Amazon crude. But we also need to phase out crude in Kern County and offshore in California. And so we need to see, we're seeing climate leadership from state levels, not the federal government, but I'm sure, with Trump's and other countries' desire to get every last drop of oil, I'm sure they're supporting the fossil fuel industry lobbyists that are here present at COP.
Well, we're going to continue this conversation all week because we're here broadcasting from COP30, the UN Climate Summit. The gateway city of Belém and the gateway to the Amazon. Leila Salazar-Lopez, thanks so much for joining us, Executive Director of Amazon Watch. And Viviana Santiago, Executive Director of Oxfam Brazil, now in the Lula government, part of the Advisory Presidential Council. Coming up, Asad Rehman, Chief Executive of Friends of the Earth. Stay with us.
You gotta
indigenous protesters chanting during Saturday's march on COP30 here in Belém, Brazil. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from the UN Climate Summit from the Brazilian city of Belém. It's the gateway to the Amazon. To look at the state of the negotiations and more, we're joined by Asad Rehman, the chief executive of Friends of the Earth, longtime climate justice campaigner, previously executive director at War on Want. We welcome you back to Democracy Now! Thanks so much for being with us.
Always a pleasure, Amy.
So you've been here through the summit. Explain what we should understand. What are the negotiations that are taking place? What is the theme of this COP30?
So just to take a step back in first, obviously we're meeting here when the very rules-based system, whether it's from Gaza to climate, is under threat. Well, obviously we've seen the rise of far-right authoritarianism and fascism, Donald Trump and climate denialism being one, and this weaponizing of anti-Muslim, anti-migrant and anti-climate being part of the backdrop, and that's been one of the sort of drivers here about how do you celebrate 10 years of Paris, 30 years of COP, to show that actually multilateralism matters and implementation matters. Look, we've heard from the ICJ that there is a legal and a moral obligation for countries to act, both on mitigation and adaptation. They have a responsibility not only for the polluter pays and doing their fair share, but also to do no harm.
And of course the ICJ is the International Court of Justice at The Hague.
So absolutely. So I would say there are three issues that are crossing every negotiating room here. One is fairness. How do the people, whether they're in Kingston, Manila or Gaza, celebrate if impacts are happening to them from extreme weather impacts to floods? What happens in terms of equity? Who's doing their bit? Who's missing? And of course, the United States not doing their fair share, but also rich developed countries not delivering the scale of ambition that is required. And then the critical question of finance. We all know finance is needed. And what we saw in Baku last year was, you know, a lot of promises on private finance, on mobilizing. But really what is required is who's actually going to provide the support? And so the cost of inaction we know is running in trillions. Will there be money here? And some of those negotiations, of course, are not happening here in Belém. They're happening in Nairobi at this very same moment when there is a debate and discussions going on about a UN tax convention. And the very countries that are refusing to pay for climate finance here are also blocking action that would provide the hundreds of billions that are needed. Look, Brazil's government came here and said they've got what they call the Fab Four, provision of finance, making sure that unilateral measures such as trade measures are equal. Can they close the ambition gap? And can there be transparency? Not only in reporting what countries are doing, but also on the key question of finance. We've heard for a long time lots of words from developed countries saying we're providing lots of money, but when we lift the hood, we know that it's a lot of double counting, a lot of that finance isn't very real, so we need transparency on finance. The negotiations are still continuing, and now ministers will start to meet, ministers from both developed countries and developed countries, to close the gap on what is called the 7 key issues. Those will be the global stocktake. How close are we to meeting the ambition needed on 1.5? The critical issue of global goal on adaptation. How do we adapt to the fact that the world is changing? Extreme weather, inequality, ecosystems collapsing. What we're going to do about the just transition. How do we ensure we have a plan about the transition that works for people, communities, countries and workers? And then, of course, making sure whether it's in mitigation, technology and finance, including on gender, that there is progress. So those things are going to happen. The hope is there actually is some really concrete roadmaps here. We've heard a lot about global goal on adaptation, a critical issue for developing countries. We had 5,000 indicators. They got down to 1,000 indicators. We're now down to 100 indicators. But indicators without the finance, without the means to implement, will just be meaningless. So what developing countries are saying here is we need a roadmap on adaptation. On the Just Transition Work Programme, there's a demand. It's been echoed by civil society and by the developing countries, the G77, saying we need a Belém action mechanism. This sounds like a technical term, but really what it means is that there will be not just coordination, but actually a concrete plan that allows people to plan about how we manage this change and ensure everybody has a right to live with dignity and harmony with our planet. Now, the third thing is on fossil fuels. Now, fossil fuels themselves aren't in these negotiations as such, but there are countries coming here, like Colombia, that's saying we've got a roadmap. We can ensure that we can move away from fossil fuels, but that, of course, requires us to have finance. It requires us to understand the diversification for lots of countries who are relying on fossil fuels, and, of course, recognising that for many countries, including developing countries, they're trapped in a cycle of debt, which means that they keep having to exploit their fossil fuels. So if we want to end that, we need a plan on that as well.
Well, we're going to have to leave it there for today, but we are here all week. We're talking about the climate catastrophe and what people are doing about it. I want to thank Asad Rehman, now Chief Executive of Friends of the Earth. That does it for our show as we broadcast from the UN COP30 Climate Summit in the Brazilian city of Belém, the gateway.
Pacific Coast Television invites you to our 2025 PCT Honors Ceremony. Join us on November 22nd at 7 p.m. to celebrate our outstanding community members who make the coastside a wonderful place to live. Hosted by Pacific Coast Television's Executive Director, Martin Anaya, we aim to highlight our honorees' accomplishments that have contributed to our overall community's success. Our incredible honorees this year are Janie Bono James, Holly Smalley, Kathy Johnson, John Beckmeyer, Caroline Barba, Deidre Kennedy.
I just went this afternoon once I heard her say that.
Council of the City of Pacifica. It is Monday, November 17th at 5:33 p.m. As this is a special meeting, we won't have regular public comment, but we will be having a public comment period after we have a staff report and hear from the candidate firms. But we'll start with calling to order, and City Clerk Coffey, if you could call the roll.
Councilmember Wright.
Present.
Councilmember Espinosa. Here. Councilmember Beer. Here. Vice Mayor Bowles. Here. And Mayor Beckmeyer.
Present. And I'll do the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we have a special meeting this evening for the selection of the executive recruitment firm to conduct the city manager recruitment. The way that the order will go is Vice Mayor Bowles and I, as we were the ad hoc subcommittee, we will be giving the staff report, which you all received in your email and hopefully have had a chance to review. We'll give a brief overview of that. And we will also hear from the two firms by Zoom. And then we will have any clarifying questions from council, then public comment, and then we'll have deliberation and discussion. City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to note for the record that City Attorney Kenyon is on the Zoom and available in case there are questions.
Thank you very much. All right. So you'll recall that at the October 13th meeting, we discussed and decided to retain the services of a executive recruitment firm to aid us in identifying and bringing forward candidates so that the council can select the new city manager. And we went over what that overview process would be and decided that to flesh it out and to have the opportunity to really dive into the nitty-gritty of that process, we would form an ad hoc, which the ad hoc subcommittee, as I said, is myself and Vice Mayor Bowles. We met with the city attorney once or twice before interviewing the firms. We had 4 firms that we looked at, and we interviewed 3 of them. As you saw in the staff report, we've brought forward 2. But I thought maybe it would be beneficial to go a little bit over the process. So it was done by Zoom, our interviews with the firms. The 3 of us were on those Zooms. And we did have some clarifying questions that were sent by email. We also had a second Zoom meeting with Peckham and McKinney because there were some questions from the initial presentation, and that's the point at which we had Tony Dollar. I need to know how to pronounce his name because I can't remember if it has
Dollarbrook.
Dollarbrook.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because I wasn't sure if it was Dollarbrook, and I was like, I'm going to ask Greg. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So that was our process. And then we did our own discussion and deliberation amongst ourselves in our ad hoc and really thought through, did we have a strong recommendation And we went back and forth looking at schedules, looking at the process, looking at the application packages that were put forward, and the sample recruitment brochures. And the ultimate outcome was that we decided there are 2 firms of the 3 that we interviewed that we felt the whole council should have a chance to talk to and to see. And, I'll just say from the meeting on the 13th of October, it was clear that there was a lot of interest on the part of all the council members in really having an opportunity to understand what the firms were putting forward and to have kind of a hands-on opportunity. But in the interest of efficiency, it also made sense to have an ad hoc committee. So we're kind of doing a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
And just to add, so there is one firm that we decided was a little too rigid, and we're a council and a city that needs a little bit more flexibility and maybe some slightly different processes than others, and so that flexibility was important. And then on one of the 2 firms that we're bringing forth today, the initial recruiter we weren't comfortable with in terms of their experience, so we went back, and Tony is the head of the company and has agreed to be our recruiter here. So I mean, I think we both think that the both firms are qualified. They are both working in similar schedules. They both have really good contacts. That's a lot of the work, right, of who they know, right, that might be interested in this position and how they get the word out. The nuances are really about who do we all feel comfortable working with, right? Because it's a very close relationship between the council and these recruiters. So both recruiters who will be presenting tonight will be the actual people that we will be working with, and that will also be interviewing, staff and so forth as part of the process.
Okay. Any questions on what we've said?
I appreciate the collaborative approach, and this far, it's going extremely well.
Yeah.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah. And thank you, City Attorney Michelle, who is here with us in voice. And thank you, Assistant City Attorney Denise Pisano, for being here in person with us tonight.
I also can be available on video too, if need be. So in fact, I will just say hello. Hello?
Hello.
I'm here.
Hi there.
So if you need me, just let me know and I will get back on video.
Thank you so much.
And I just want to thank Michelle too, because she's been through this with her other cities and with Pacifica many times, right? So she's really the experienced person that's guiding us who have not done this before through this.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. I have been involved with executive searches, not for the city, but for school districts, and also at San Francisco State University. So I'm comfortable with the idea of an executive recruiting firm. I understand the process in that regard. But yes, the specifics of city manager recruitments I hadn't been involved with before. All right. Well, City Clerk Coffey, do we have our presenters?
We do.
Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and call Gary Phillips from Bob Murray and Associates to start us off, as that's the order in which they appear in the staff report. Hello, Gary. Are you there?
Give it just a moment while we get him onto panelist.
I know it takes a minute. I'm always so like.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. There you are. Hello.
Hi there.
So Gary, if you would please, we have about 5 minutes. If you can give us an overview, as you did with our ad hoc, but give us, the highlights of your presentation, your approach, and what you would bring to us as a executive recruiter.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. So let me start with a little background on Bob Murray and Associates. Bob Murray and Associates have been doing executive level recruitment in the municipal space for about 25 years. In 2014, my wife, Valerie Gaeta Phillips, and I acquired the company from Bob Murray. And so for the last 11 and a half years, we have owned the firm. And have focused on evolving the company. Both my wife and I came out of the private sector. Our whole career was in the Silicon Valley, so we're Northern California, Bay Area, private sector folks that were doing recruiting in the private sector. We came into this public sector space and tried to bring a little bit of that private sector search mentality to the public sector. A couple of things that we did when we took over the company was to focus on three things. We wanted to connect with the next generation of leaders. We wanted to increase our social media footprint, and we wanted to focus on diversity as well. We are a woman minority-owned firm, and my wife and I do the bulk of the executive recruitments that report to elected bodies. I've done over 80 positions, either city managers or CAOs or GMs in the last 12 and a half years. So I've got a lot of experience working with elected bodies to develop a process that works for them. One of the things we talked about with the ad hoc committee is that there isn't a one size fits all. There was a mention of rigidity. One of the things that I've learned is every search is unique. And so although we put together a proposal that lays out kind of a timeline with milestones, we always start out our search by customizing those milestones to meet the needs of our client and how to engage the different stakeholders in the process. That's just a little bit about the firm and about my background and experience. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Council?
I personally would prefer to hear from both candidates prior to asking questions, if
Sure,
that's all right.
that's fine. That works for me. Is there anything else that we wanted them to cover right at this point, Vice Mayor?
I just want, just in terms of the schedule, I know we had talked about starting work and getting the recruitment out, before the holidays. Is that still possible in your timeline, assuming a contract is signed tomorrow?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
Great. All right, wonderful. Stay tuned, Gary, stay right there. We'll be back.
All
Thank
right.
you. And the other firm is Packham and McKinney. It's Tony Dollerbronk. Are you there, Tony? Dollerbronk. I'm going to have
and good job on my name.
Okay, great.
And phonetically, it's Dollarbrok. So Dollerbrook. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I go by Tony. So a little bit about us. Let me start out by saying I think you'll find in firms that you work with that we generally follow a similar process, and we're totally flexible on how we go about it, but generally speaking, steps in the process are the same. So what's really important in selecting a search firm is, and what makes us special on top of it, is the relationship. We have very, very strong relationships and positive communications and responsiveness with our client. We only work for cities and counties and special districts. And that relationship is really important. And to you, what's important in selecting somebody is the right fit with the recruiter, so you can have trust and confidence in what we're doing on your behalf. The other part of that relationship is what we have with the applicants themselves. We do have references in our proposal. And I encourage you to call our applicants, those who got jobs and those who didn't, because I think you'll find from talking to them as well is that we just go out of our way to maintain really strong communications and relationships with everybody. About us, and toward that end, we're a firm, I own the firm, but we're a firm of retired annuitants. I'm a retired city manager. I know the city manager job, and all of us who work for the firm have had long-time positions in cities. So we understand what the job's about. Because we're retired annuitants doing this as an encore, we're doing it because we care about helping cities be successful. and accomplishing their goals with applicants and candidates that'll be there a really long time. And that's really important to us. Diversity, of course, is as well too. And that is part of our ethic, is finding people of color, as well as just strong candidates to fulfill what it is that you're looking to accomplish. Peck and McKinney's been around about 25 years. I retired from city management in 2019 and started working with Bobby Peckham, Phil McKinney. During COVID, they decided to get married and retire. And because of the ethic that they created and the culture they created, rather than the firm going somewhere and changing the values that we have, I acquired it from them. I am doing searches actively, done a ton of city manager searches, as well as other positions. And we have maintained that same culture and value. Actually, you may know that we placed Kevin there originally, long time ago. Some other just unique things about us is with a recruiter, with me, I will be doing everything. So I'll be talking with all of you. I'll be writing the brochure. I'll be doing the outreach. I'll be reviewing applicants. I'll be sitting in the interviews. One point of contact and one person who understands everything that's important to you for getting you the right person. I could go on, and our process is in the proposal, but again, happy to answer questions, and I can give you more specifics if you like.
Great. All right.
And I'll just ask my same question again, Tony. Are you, assuming the contract is signed tomorrow, are you still available to start so that we can hopefully have a brochure completed before the holidays and sent out?
Absolutely. I can start tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have one light. Councilmember Beer, please go ahead.
Good evening to both of you. Thank you. And I really appreciate this opportunity to be able to ask a couple questions if we want to. So thank you so much. And so the question is for both of you. How can you assure us that there'll be diversity and equity within your outreach?
I'm happy to jump out. And I'll be honest, and that's part of our relationship. I can't ensure it. We're going to do our darn best to get it for you. But, there's a saying, you can lead a horse to water, you can't force him to drink. We're going to do everything we can through our network, through the outreach that we do that's targeted to people of color, to the people that I call who may know other people. I think, again, we have a good, strong reputation of finding diversity in applicants. In the end, it's your call who you hire, and we're going to bring you the best candidates regardless. So I can't promise it, just being honest, but I'm going to do my absolute best.
Stop, scared me.
Sorry. Ignore that.
I'm sorry. When they reconnected me, I missed the question. If you could re-ask that question.
Actually, yes, I'm happy to. How can you assure diversity and equity within the outreach, just the outreach itself?
Yeah, well, that's one of the things I touched on a little bit, that Valerie and I, when we took over the firm, that was something that really is a core value of ours. And we put a lot of effort into making sure that we connected with all the different diversity groups on LinkedIn and other professional organizations. And so we belong to a lot of these diversity groups and are very active in those groups. And so we make sure to target them as part of our marketing campaign. And I think, our results kind of show for themselves. A large percentage of the city managers that we place are either people of color or women And so we've got a really strong track record. You can go to our website. It has all of our placements, and you can look at those placements with their pictures, and you can scroll down through them. So that's something that we take pride in, that we are going to target those groups to make sure that we can bring the most diverse candidate pool possible.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Oh, sorry. I do have a question, and it is it is about, like, how do you find people? Like, how do you make sure that, especially, well, I'm going to change that question to this one. How do you make sure that this person will understand our problems? Like, Pacifica is very unique. How do you do? What question will you ask to make sure that this person understands our community? Like, Pacifica, like I said, is very unique on the issues that we have. And the other thing is, like, we want to make sure that the city manager will listen to the community and also to the council. That is important to me. That we have a communication between the city manager and the council. It's not that we don't have it now, but I want to make sure that that is in place.
Okay, let's have
Tony,
Gary go ahead. We'll have you
yeah,
start.
I was going to say I can take this one first.
Yeah,
Tony took the last one. So that's an interesting question, because I think it starts with me, the recruiter, understanding what it is that's going to make for a successful city manager in Pacifica, right? So the first step in all recruiters' process is to go on this listening tour, where I want to hear from all the different stakeholder groups. What are the current opportunities and challenges? What is the leadership style, the communication style? What is it that works there in Pacifica? Because every city is different. And so understanding first, so that me as the recruiter understands what that profile looks like. As we develop the profile of the unicorn that's going to be the perfect next city manager Pacifica, once I have that information, then I know, as I'm talking to candidates, I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of city manager and potential city manager candidates that I know personally, and I can start trying to target who the folks are that I think has the right personality, the right communication style, the right background experience. So it starts with the recruiter understanding what the needs are and what's going to work there. Then through the process, the candidates do their own homework, and they should be doing their own learning about Pacifica. And it's a process that they're going through. So this process of you as the hiring entity trying to find the right candidate, the candidates are also going through that process of trying to make sure it's a good fit for them as well. And so through the process, we'll be able to learn more about the candidates, understand how they communicate. That's why we have multiple rounds of processes, of interviews. We talk to references who've worked with these folks in the past. All those things will kind of guide us towards that. But understanding the specific, unique opportunities and challenges facing Pacifica and what communication style that you're going to need in a city manager, that's a big part of the process.
Great, thank you. Tony?
And I would say, again, you're going to hear similar things from both of us. I have the same network as Bob Murray, and we're going to do the same listening tour. I'm going to talk to each one of you individually. I'm going to talk to the staff. We're going to hear from the community to find out what it is that's important for the successful match that you'll have with your city manager. I've also done my homework. I understand your Measure Y. I understand your structural forecast, of financial forecast, looked at your strategic plan. So I've already started to inform myself. I want to listen to what all of you have to say is important. I'm going to write a candidate profile that you review and you approve to make sure it responds to what you are looking for, because that's the foundation for which we then go out and find people. Again, you're going to find a similar process between the different firms. In the end, it's our communication and relationship that needs to be important.
Thank you. Next question. Greg, do you want to go?
Are we going round robin? Because I have more than one.
I know, and I know how you want to be respectful, but if you have, let's ask one question at a time to give them a chance to respond.
Okay, could both of you, and I don't have a preference on who goes first,
This time it will be Tony that goes first.
what is your historical average length of placement of city managers?
Gosh, I would say, I mean, Kevin being a really good example, it's been a long time. And I would say on average, probably 5 years. I think it's changed. I'll just, again, before upfront on it, COVID really changed things. People are moving around more. The next generation has different values and motivations. But, you know, we have a really good track record, again, of long-term placements. That's a result of, again, doing all that homework, understanding what you're looking for, and finding that right match.
Thank you. Gary?
So on that question, we actually went through this exercise about a year ago. We went back and looked at the last 10 years of city managers we have placed, and so we actually did a calculation, and it turned out that we were right on track with what Tony was just saying there. We were right at 5 years on the average. The state average for CMs, I think, is down about 4.5 years right now. So it's dropped a little bit below 5 years, and it's about two plus election cycles is what is kind of the average right now in the state of California. So we're tracking right there.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to keep going, Greg, or does someone else want to jump in?
Happy to.
Go ahead.
Could they both speak to their guarantee policy?
Did you understand that question? Did you hear it? I don't know if your mic is close.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I get it. So I think this one's mine
Yep,
first.
you go first. Thank you.
So we guarantee that if the person leaves within the first year, whether they're let go or whether they choose to leave, we will redo the search at no additional fees. And I think, I don't have my proposal in front of me, but we may ask for a reimbursement of hard costs like ad placements and things like that, but no additional fees beyond that.
That's my recollection from reading your proposal too, so,
Yeah.
which is normal.
Thank you. Tony?
And we do charge a fee depending on the circumstances. But let me start out by saying I can't think of a time where I've ever had to call that out. Again, because all the pre-work makes all the difference for a successful outcome. We charge more than just reimbursement. And I think, you know, it's a rhetorical question. What would motivate us to go out and do this all over again if we're not getting paid for it? What are we going to do different to try to get an outcome? And to answer that question, we charge a reduced fee, clearly, but it's motivation and essentially a guarantee to you that we are actually working hard to try to do this another time. If we used to charge just expenses, as Gary talked about, they do, but you know, it doesn't guarantee you anything other than just posting and praying. Now, I'm sure that's not what, you know, Bob Murray does. I'm not suggesting that, but the added fee that we do propose is to give you that reassurance that, you know, we are actually redoing this for real. So we do charge a fee to redo it.
Can you remind us what that fee is?
Ours was, pulling up my proposal as well, I think it was about 17,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, exactly 17,000.
17. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Next question, anyone? More questions later, perhaps? At this point?
Anytime you want another question, just
Go for it, Greg.
Call on me.
We're going to have public comment,
Okay, I can wait till after public comment.
if you like.
That's fine.
Okay, great. I don't have cards. I do have members of the public that are here. And City Clerk Coffey or Assistant City Clerk Emily Law, can you tell us if there are any people on the phone with hands raised?
We have one raised hand.
So if anyone who's here in the room would like to speak, please come forward. We'll start. I see one. And then we'll go to the phone.
Yes, I had a question to make sure I'm not wasting time. So I sent my comments in before noon. So do you have those? And
Yes.
do the two members of the candidates have those inputs?
I don't know if the candidates have seen the questions that were submitted before noon. They were posted on the website.
Okay.
Go ahead, though, Sue.
I'll do my summarization, I think.
Okay, we'll start your time now.
Okay, thank you. So because we're a coastal city and we're in the northern part of California, I think that the candidates, the city manager candidates, need to be aware of coastal issues because we have erosion both on the coast and the mountains. And we're sometimes separated from the rest of society transportation-wise, so transportation is a big deal. Small businesses are a big deal. And so income and revenue is very important. Also, our history is rather unique. I think our history is the most unique in the world. But anyway, our history is unique and we have culture, and sometimes concerned that those things are overlooked when we're looking for economic viability and sustainability and our destination. We are a destination, and there are differences of opinion of whether we should just be a suburb to good old San Francisco or, hey, we're unique. Let's really blossom in that way, which would be my vote. So I think that the city manager needs to be respectful of the public vote, and so a public vote locally, the Quarry, for example, HPD has been something, but otherwise public vote across the nation and in California would be the Coastal Commission. So I think that they should have at least a decent understanding of that and not prejudiced against it. There are ways of changing things if we don't feel like they're the best way to go, which would be, again, public vote. So I think being able to be willing to reach out to the community, not put any drawbacks on council. It's always expensive to outreach to the community, but hey, we are the community and we like to be engaged in public engagement and government of our own self-government. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards, so let's go to the phone.
We have one raised hand from Casa Casilla.
Casa Casillas?
That would be Sam Casillas?
Yes.
Hi,
Hi, Sam. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in with the city council and ask a very important question. The fact is that the council will be turning over in about a year. Wherever your politics lie, there may be a good chance that the strategy and goals of the city will change based on the outcome of those elections. So why are we burdening a potential new city council that wants a completely new direction, more so as to what Councilmember Espinosa just mentioned, and as well as everything that Sue Degree has mentioned as well, that then we burden ourselves with that and the expense of that and potentially have to get a whole new city manager. There are 2 people who are going to be termed out. There's 3 others that have the time, but with 2 open seats, the strategies and goals and objectives of the city council has a potential to change exponentially, especially because of what we've seen over the past decade of a structural deficit that has been fixed, and also now taxing the citizens, as Councilmember Espinosa said, with no real viable alternative at the end. It's just basically covering the missteps that we've had over the past decade. So I ask that in all sincerity, that what should be potentially looking as an interim city manager, regardless of those outcomes, because of the fact that there may be huge changes, that then the people are going to be burdened with paying for this all over again instead of searching for an interim city manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay. Seeing no further people coming forward, I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council, and continue discussions, questions.
It looks like Myra has.
Oh,
a
I'm sorry,
question,
and
I've been
also Vice Mayor
hogging the
Bowles.
Yeah,
Go
just,
ahead.
Just a question. How often will you update us on on your search?
Whose turn is it?
So was that you or me? Tom?
That is
I'll do it weekly.
Tony. I
I'll
think,
do it, I do it weekly.
Yeah, and I do it as much as the council needs, which is typically weekly.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things I do at the beginning of the search is I give, all the council members have my cell phone. And so any council member throughout the process can reach out to me. I take calls on weekends. Sometimes some council member might want to have more updates than another. Obviously, I clear all that with the council. I usually have a single point of contact with us through the city attorney or whoever.
yes.
But I'm willing to talk to whoever wants to chat with me and give regular updates, however you want to see them.
Thank you. Greg? Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Christine.
Well, I wrote down 2 questions before public comment that I thought would be helpful to the council. Like, I know the answers to them, but maybe could you both address your experience working with coastal cities and placing city managers in coastal cities that, you know, have the added purview of the Coastal Commission?
Gary, should I, want me to
That'll
start?
be Gary starting out.
Was that me on this one? Yeah, so,
Yes.
so thanks. The most recent one was Pacific Grove down there right next to Monterey. Recently did that city manager recruitment. I think the city is very similar in size and complexity. You know, a lot of the issues that I think Pacifica is dealing with, you know, Pacific Grove was also dealing with at the time they did their city manager recruitment. What I found, I've done a lot of tourism-driven economy cities, whether coastal commission or not, but a lot of times it's that challenge of meeting the needs of the tourism base while also meeting the needs of the residents in the community. And sometimes those are competing interests, and that can be a struggle. And the Coastal Commission just adds another complexity. So what I do is when I'm targeting candidates, I target candidates that have experience in their background dealing with the Coastal Commission because I know that can be a very challenging organization to work with. And there are a lot of folks out there that have really good relationships with the Coastal Commission. And I know a lot of those folks as well. So that's what I would do, is target folks that I know have experience working with Coastal Commissions.
Great, thank you. Tony?
I'm smiling because the city that I left, Palos Verdes Estates, was a coastal city. The city before that, Rolling Hills, too. So personally, I've dealt with the Coastal Commission, and in Palos Verdes Estates, somewhat renowned, we had the Lanada Bay surfers who ended up suing us and going with the Coastal Commission, and it was quite a complicated series of events. So I've worked personally with the Coastal Commission a lot. I understand their jurisdiction, and I understand how they go about things, which again helps inform me as I look for folks and understand their experience working with the Coastal Commission. So that's personal. But I just was doing the Malibu city manager search. We are in the process of completing as a firm Hermosa Beach and Morro Bay. I did San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara. Santa Maria really didn't have a whole lot of coast there, but also part of that region. Very versed in Coastal Commission matters.
Thank you. Christine, did you want to go on with your next question?
So,
okay, go ahead.
Sure, I'll ask my next question. So we've talked about community and staff engagement a little bit with both of you, and the idea of doing surveys as a minimum of both those groups. So could you talk a little bit about that? What you see other cities doing, how that may be important, as part of our search.
I think I go first.
And that will start with Tony.
I want to start out again saying this is a council decision. And the council knows the most about what the city manager does and what the responsibilities are. So ultimately, whatever input is collected through a process is really, I feel, to inform the city council so the council can make its best decision, whatever it is. When we go out and get input from the public, usually it's in the form of a survey. Again, the questions are aimed to inform the city council so they can make a good decision. There's really 3 times where I think there's a point of contact where the public could be involved. I think you have to be strategic in deciding how you want to move forward in any one of those. One is a survey for collecting input for writing that candidate profile. Another one is a survey and maybe presentation of that survey at a public meeting for after the candidate profile is written, but to help inform the council. So when it conducts interviews, it can have the input in mind for making its decision. And then finally, another time where the cities engage the public may be through an interview process. And typically that would be through something more informal, a meet and greet, where it's a chance to, again, meet the candidates over any type of selection process, because ultimately the selection is the responsibility of the city council. It's probably the biggest decision the council is going to need to make over the course of being on the council. It ultimately, again, relies on the council to make the decision. That would be the 3 times where I think there's an opportunity.
Okay, with regards.
I'm sorry, just to finish with it. And in terms of staff?
I was just about to say that.
Oh yeah, thank you. That I feel is really important. And I think there's 2 opportunities for that, and we recommend that the city do this. One is before writing the candidate profile, I would hold a group meeting with the staff. Primarily, it would be the department heads, but really the council's call to hear what is important for them in a city manager to be effective in the role, and what's important for a city manager to know from them. So I'm write a candidate profile that's reflective of the ideal candidate. The other time is at the end of the process. We actually recommend a meet and greet with the department head group. The candidates really enjoy this and need it as well, because they want to know that this is a place where they will be successful. So it's an opportunity for the candidate to ask the staff questions while the staff also ask the candidate questions. It's not structured in our process as a rating because I keep going back to this is a council conversation. So I will hear the observations of the department head staff, and when the council is doing its second interviews, I will convey the observations of the department heads so the council can take those into consideration in making their decision. There are cases, not as often, where the city wants us to do a survey of everybody there. In some cases, city will do it itself. Either way, we can, prepare a survey and the city can distribute to all its staff if it wants. But the key people would be the department heads who report to the city manager.
Okay, thank you. Gary, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So you're going to hear some similar stuff here because Tony and I do very similar processes, but we'll talk about the community first. So there's a couple different ways to engage the community the way I refer to it is on the front end of the process and then on the back end of the process. The front end of the process is as we're developing the brochure and beginning our marketing campaign, and the two different vehicles that we use to communicate with the community is a Survey Monkey, which allows you, to get out to those community members that aren't the folks that show up to your meetings normally, right? It's a way for you to push this survey out. And I think the value in doing that community survey is you can also learn what the community is feeling as the most important issues, opportunities, challenges facing the community that the new city managers can need to be prepared to deal with. So surveying the community up front can really help with that and help give the council some context as to what does the community feel is most important, and also what are the traits they're looking for in a city manager. So that upfront survey with the community, and then we can also do, and this is optional, it's no additional fee, but I can do Zoom listening sessions where you can invite the community to come to those sessions where they can speak in an open forum with me and answer those same questions that we do on the survey. So those are two different ways to engage the community on the front end. On the front end, I also like to, first I'll do the one-on-ones with the council members, and then I'll do that group meeting with the department heads. That information is what we're going to primarily use to develop that profile so that we can get the marketing campaign started and get the brochure done. Sometimes those additional community input sessions will happen during the marketing phase because that data is going to be valuable for the council once you start looking at candidates and interviewing candidates. So we kind of parallel track that so we can keep the timeline concise. And then on the back end of the process, I absolutely think we do a 2-round process. I like to have the council do the first round of interviews with me as the facilitator and let the council eliminate whoever the 5 of you feel wouldn't be a good fit, because this is your hire. Once you get it down to a few finalists, then we would then do the backgrounds and reference checks and bring them back for a second and final round of interviews. And that's where we could engage the department heads, which I really think there's a lot of value in that. As Tony said, we don't let them rank the candidates because we don't want staff to be painting the council into a corner. We let them know that this is still the council's hire, but we like to get, what were the positives about each candidate, and were there any red flags or concerns that popped up, so that can help drive your conversations, the council's conversations with the candidates, because you've now heard the feedback from staff and how they connected with these finalists. In some cases, some cities will actually want to have a community component to that as well and have a community panel. And that's really driven by the council and whether you think that that's something that you feel that you need to have. We can manage both of those panels on the same day. The important thing here is to make sure that the council has all the information that they feel they need to make a good informed decision.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't have any more lights. I'm sorry?
Is mine on?
Your what?
My light.
No, that's,
There you go.
now it is. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to get the microphone. This question is just because we want to make sure, like, if it's possible that people here in Pacifica, they know that we're hiring a city manager. So my question is, how do you find people who aren't looking for any job, but specifically want this job?
It's going to be Gary.
I think it's me on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's actually a great question because we talk about that all the time. Sometimes the best candidate is the one that's not looking, right? And so that's where targeted outreach comes into play, right? We're going to be placing ads in all the professional publications with all the diversity groups, and we're going to be doing mass marketing on LinkedIn. If you look at our LinkedIn profile between Valerie Gata Phillips and Bob Murray Associates, we have almost 40,000 followers. So everybody will know that Pacifica has got a city manager recruitment open. That won't be the challenge. The challenge will be, how do we get to those folks that aren't paying attention to that stuff? And the way you do that is through your network, is by picking up the phone and making those phone calls. And so that's a big part of the work that recruiters do, and that I do, is I've got several hundred city managers in my cell phone, and I'll start calling them. A lot of them I might realize that they're not looking right now, but I'm going to tap each one of their networks. I'm going to say, John, who do you know that this might be a good for? This is what's important to them. This is what I need. I need a coastal commission. I need someone with a strong finance background, economic development. And then they'll start, and so it's tapping everyone else's network and leveraging that is how we get to those folks that may not be looking. And I can honestly say that I have placed city managers where they received our brochure in the mail. They received an email push from us, no interest. The third thing was the phone call they got from me. And they told me, they said, Gary, the brochure came across my desk. I looked at it, I said, I'm happy right now. Then I got the email from you, and I was still kind of, but then when you called me, you got me at a time where I had time to kind of pay attention. I listened. Ultimately, I placed that person as a city manager. So a lot of times it's the persistence, it's the targeted outreach that helps get to those folks that maybe aren't looking right now that might be the perfect fit.
Okay, thank you. Tony.
And we do the same thing. I mean, we have a tremendous following on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. We have a newsletter that gets pushed out every month that we know that a lot of people see because they call us. But we don't rely on that at all. We all have ads that we place. It's just part of the process. It really is shoe leather, boots on the ground. It's making the phone calls to try to find people that align with what you're looking for. And it's the network that we have. You'll see that we don't, every recruiter, including me, doesn't do more than maybe 5 searches at one time. That allows each of us to really, really concentrate on the clients that we have to find folks. So we're not, again, posting and praying and waiting, but we're actually making the phone calls. And, my network, I should have mentioned at the beginning, on the board of directors, I was on the board of directors of at the time, League of California Cities, now Cal Cities, served as city manager, department president. I have a network from being a city manager, now also as a recruiter. We both have these networks, and it just takes picking up the phone and calling folks.
Thank you. Councilmember Wright.
Ms. Espinoza.
I have one last one. And I'm going to
Okay, it's going to be Wright, Beer, Espinoza.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg.
I would appreciate it if the two would discuss the pros and cons of experience versus up and coming.
Experienced versus up and coming. Okay, Tony, please go ahead.
I want to add, again, COVID plays into this. I think there are definitely folks with it, and I'm going to play it into actually filling the position here. Absolutely, there's folks who are going to want this job. They're going to want your city. City managers are problem solvers, and I know we're going to get folks with experience. We're not going to get folks that are at the end of their career, though, with that much experience because they're retiring. That baby boomer retirement, the silver tsunami is absolutely happening. So there's folks with experience who've been around the block, who are probably with similar size cities or smaller cities. They're going to want this position. And the value is, as you might imagine, they've been around the block. They know the Coastal Commission. They know how to deal with the challenges that you're going to have. Conversely, up-and-comers are probably your assistant city managers in a bigger city, which still do have a lot of the same experiences. It could be an assistant or a department head, comparable city, or possibly a smaller city. They're probably going to be less risk adverse because that's the generation. It's not a personal thing. I mean, you're going to get city managers that are experienced who are absolutely going to take risk and be innovators and change agents. But the younger generation, I feel, are more in tune with the AI. and technology, and looking to apply newer solutions that some of the more seasoned folks may not be familiar with because they're used to working in a particular environment. I'll conclude with, there's advantages to both, and I really feel you'll see both. Then you'll have a good decision to make.
Thank you. Gary.
So I'm going to track there with Tony on, there's pluses and minuses to both. I think one of the things that you need to look at is who is Pacifica going to make sense for, right? When you look at the candidate pool, city size, those types of things, you're going to have people that are either on their way up in their career, those up and comers, those first time city managers. I think Pacifica is the right size city for first time city managers. I think it's a manageable size. And I think you do get those folks that they come in with a lot of energy, a lot of fire in the belly, and they got something to prove, right? And every city manager out there was a first-time city manager. Every successful city manager had their first city, right? So I've placed quite a few assistant city managers as first-time city managers, and they've been very successful. I think Pacifica is a good-sized city for that. For the experienced pool of candidates, I think for a city like Pacifica, a lot of times what it comes down to is quality of life. An experienced city manager may be looking for Pacifica, a place like Pacifica, because it's still got some meat on the bone, it's still got some challenges, but they want to go there for the quality of life or some personal reasons. And sometimes you can get, some really great experience. The challenge, I don't say challenge, but the thing that I always look at when I'm talking to candidates is I want to hear from the candidates professionally why they're interested in the position, but also personally why they're interested in the position. Sometimes you get candidates who'll throw their hat in the ring in multiple opportunities. I want them to explain to me why Pacifica specifically, so that I can marry those two, both personal and professional reasons why it makes sense for them. Because I think you get a better candidate when you got somebody that's invested both personally and professionally.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Beer.
Thank you both so much. I was the one that asked about the diversity and equity in your outreach, and I think something that I'm concerned about is the region and how big it is and how important it is for us to get the information up and down our coast side, and perhaps some language translation into Spanish. And so I don't know if you do any of that, but I'm really interested to see how you're going to reach far and wide in the region that isn't social media.
And we'll start with Gary.
That was me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as far as translation, we have done translation in brochures before. I mean, that's definitely something that we can do. I think we want to make sure that our target audience is folks that are technically qualified to do the job as well. So you want to make sure that they have the professional experience and the technical qualifications to do the job. But I think, when you talk about the region and you're talking about up and down the coastline, that's that targeted outreach to all the coastal cities from the north to the south. Regionally, I'm really well connected in the North California, from the Bay Area north and into the Central Coast. So I feel like we have the ability, with not just with social media, but with the targeted outreach, to get to all those different groups that you're referring to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tony.
We've also done brochures in Spanish. We've done the surveys in Spanish as well. But I want to, again, echo what Gary said. It really comes down to the targeted outreach, making it known in the outreach that you're looking for somebody who's bilingual, somebody who values and embodies diversity, and making that clear in the communications when we're searching for folks and how we represent it. And I'll add one more thing, that searches these days are not California specific. Once you send it to ICMA and you put it in Western cities and you put it in some of these other municipal job boards, they actually go international. But we see a lot of folks applying from out of state as well. And, you know, clearly the other states have coasts as well, maybe not with a coastal commission like ours. But if they're experienced city manager, what's unique to us is absolutely learnable. And with a strong staff behind that person, it's easy to figure out how to make this work and then, you know, learn it and become proficient in it.
Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you. Myra.
We went back to, I'm going to go back to the warranty, and you didn't say a number, like what is your success rate of the people that you hire, that you do replacement in their like 2-3 years? So, and how many of them are still on their job? It's important to me to know that.
I think I'm first, and I have not had to do another one. I've been doing this now since 2020, and I have not had somebody leave and have to do a replacement.
Thank you, Tony. Gary?
So, you know, I haven't calculated those numbers, but in a while, but it's less than 5% have left, you know, within 5 years. So there's a lot of things that can affect a city manager leaving. A lot of it has to do with election cycles and council changes and their needs changing. But I think one of the things that I saw is since COVID, the turnover has increased, and during COVID, I had a couple placements that I made during COVID that they didn't stick, and that was because the entire process was done virtually. And a big part of what makes a city manager successful is those relationships that they need to build with the council and with the staff. And so during COVID, I had a couple different city manager recruitments that I had to redo because that whole entire virtual process just didn't work out. And so I had to redo those.
Understood. Thank you.
Council members, I just want to give a time check at 6:34.
Thank you for that. I was just going to turn it back to Greg, but I wanted to make sure that you are selective in your question because we need time for deliberation.
Okay, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
My first question is, just as a frame of reference, my wife is a half-empty kind of person, and I'm a very much half-overflowing full kind of person. But I would like them to discuss what are some of the pros and cons of someone with the characteristics of looking for a way to say yes versus looking for a reason to say no.
And that will start with Gary.
I think that's me. Yeah. So that's an interesting question. It's funny. I get that a lot when I'm doing city attorney recruitments, believe it or not, because city attorneys sometimes. What's that?
Amazing.
Is that Michelle? Because a lot of times, you know, the city attorney's office sometimes can be viewed as that, you know, that roadblock, or, you know, they're the one that always says, no, you can't do that. And so to me, that's a question that part of my questioning and part of my learning with candidates is understanding their mentality to problem solving and their approach to looking for ways to get to yes. You know, not starting with no, starting with, I'm not sure if we can do that this way, but let's look at another way to approach it. Understanding what you're trying to accomplish as a council, and then trying to figure out how do we get the council where they want to go. That approach is what we look for in city managers. Versus just that, no, you can't do that. So it's really about understanding their approach to problem solving and being able to listen and understand where the council's trying to go and helping them get there.
Great. Tony.
and again, not too much to add to that. I think by nature, city managers are problem solvers, and they're looking to go into a place, be successful there, and make a difference, make lives better for folks, and solve problems. So, I think by nature, you're going to find folks who want to find a consensus, find a way to yes, find the positives to work things out, bring the five of you together, for a consensus or majority to move forward. So I'm not really answering your question about the pros and cons of that, but I think by nature there are city managers out there primarily who are more, let's get to a yes and figure out how to solve this problem.
Okay. Greg, you said you had two.
And my last one was, when I was sitting down thinking about what are we looking for in a city manager, I was able to make way too big a list, but I was wondering what the top 4 or 5 or 6 characteristics that they believe are the important ones for Pacifica to consider.
Tony.
I think I'm first. So
Yes.
I would say one of the primary ones, again, from my homework, is having a finance or budget background and experience. Again, you have your Measure Y, you have your fiscal plan that's showing a structural deficit if something's not done. I think you need somebody with that financial savvy to work with you to figure that out. I think another strong quality will be the coastal experience, because that is unique to the city. I heard the person from the public talk about the culture of the community. So I think somebody who can understand what you're about, your history, where you want to go in the future, and have the problem-solving skills, vision, foresight, strategic planning, perspective for moving the organization forward successfully. I heard from the interview with the ad hoc committee that the organization, the department heads and staff themselves are a really strong group of folks. And I think there's a skill set there for doing that organizational development, keeping them together, keeping, again, the city moving forward administratively. So I think that's a key component. And then you have, I believe in my homework, an in-house police department. Public safety is a unique attribute. And I think having that experience or maybe broader labor relations experience would be a key attribute. Those are just off the top of my head. And I think that was 5.
Yes, it was. Thank you. Gary.
Yeah, so I was looking at your strategic plan and saw, you have both Measure Y and Measure M. So you've done the tax measure, the half-cent sales tax, and the TOT you've increased. So you've handled that part of it. So I think you guys are now looking at fiscal sustainability. You're looking at economic development and revenue growth. So obviously somebody with a strong finance background, but you also touch a lot about community engagement and also communications. So those are I think a couple of the key areas. I don't think you need a change agent to come in and fix a broken city hall. You don't need that. But I think your 10-year fiscal forecasting that you're going to do, I think is going to require somebody who's got a strong finance background to be able to stick to that. One of the things that I think is common across all city managers now, the city manager job has evolved over the last 15 or 20 years. It's changed. And city managers used to be able to sit behind a desk and run City Hall from behind a desk. And if they were really good with numbers, they could be they could run the operations really well. And you had long runs of city managers, but as local politics changed, as social media came on, and City Hall became a fishbowl instead of a walled castle, the people skills are way more important than they ever used to be. And so I put that at the top of the list first. These other technical pieces are important, but I think you need somebody that, especially in a small, high-touch community like Pacifica, you want somebody that's very comfortable engaging in the community, is willing to become part of that small community, and is not afraid to come out to the counter and talk to a citizen when they come in. It's too small of a city hall to not do that, and so there are some city managers that are comfortable in that space, and some that would rather have you delegate that to other folks. So I think it's really important that you find somebody that's got the right people skills and really enjoys the people aspect of the job.
All right. And with that, Council, I'm looking at the clock, and I'm recognizing that we need a few minutes to discuss, deliberate, and decide. Is there anyone who would like to state anything up front, or shall we go down the line? I certainly haven't spoken much because I was part of the ad hoc and I had my questions answered there, but I do have, some observations that I can lend as well.
I'd like to have an opportunity to make an introductory statement. I want to express my appreciation to the ad hoc committee because I feel like both choices that we have here before us seem to be very strong candidates, and I'm sure it was not easy to figure out. It's kind of like when we do our committee assignments, and it's not an easy task. And the fact of the results that you came up with, I just want to express my appreciation to you for working together to make that happen. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Beer. Maybe you're not ready to speak. You were reaching for your mic.
I was ready almost,
But you're not. Okay, that's fine.
I'm almost ready.
Myra.
No, I'm good. I just,
Okay.
hear from others.
Christine.
I'll
go if you want.
The point that we're here is that we both like both of these candidates.
Right.
So
That was going to be one of my questions for you guys.
yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sue. Why don't
Sure.
you have some.
I'll tell you, you're right, Greg, this wasn't easy, and it was quite like that process. But some of the things that I heard that really offered a little bit of differentiation that I think in this community are especially important is the idea of listening to the community, engaging with the community, figuring out ways to do that. And not just, because these individuals here are not going to be the city manager, clearly, but they are the agent helping to bring us candidates. Mm-hmm. And so for me, somebody who really gets the need for that in Pacifica, who gets us right out the gate, is the person that we need to help us find the next city manager. And from my, analysis, it's very close, but I do have to say that I have a preference for Gary. I feel like the presentation, both in the proposal and in the approach, the thoughtful approach to the answers to questions, I could give you, more specifics because I have my notes here from the interviews with the ad hoc. But that's just what I wanted to say, and I appreciate the expertise of both of these individuals because, honestly, putting them both forward was for a reason.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And because I honestly, that's what stood out to me too, was the relationship building, the community panel, the Zoom listening sessions, the guaranteed fee, and both of the, they're both so talented.
I know.
Right? So it's really, it's not like one's bad and one's good, but that stood out to me definitely. And so then I would be drawn to Gary Phillips as well.
I think I'm going to be, it is important to me to have a city manager who is financially savvy, who think about outside the box, that is not predictable, that we can, the city, Pacifica, I think a good city manager can also do wonder here because we kind of, things are very like very raw here, and we can do so many things with the resources that we have. So I would like to see a city manager who wants to dig into the economic development, more into all aspects, not only one, like housing and stuff like that. It is important, but let's just look at everything, like businesses, tourism, and a way to bring money to the city. Also, engagement is important. The community, it's important to hear what the community wants, because this is what we're here. We're here for the community. So a city manager, like Gary mentioned, that feel comfortable talking to anyone who comes to the city hall and have a conversation with them. I think that is important to me. So I'm going to reserve the name that what I'm going to vote for later.
Okay. Yeah. There has to be a motion, right? Okay. So, I mean, if you have a preference, it would be good to know now, because we need to wrap.
Gary.
Christine, did you?
I would like to benefit from hearing what the other ad hoc committee person, the person who knows just as much as...
Actually, when we first got the proposals, Gary's is the one that stood out to me, because it was a real collaborative and a unique process that he was spelling out that we were going to be able to determine. I think Tony is super professional, and I mean, digging into those same questions, which may not have been addressed in the initial proposal, he is doing all those things too. And anyway, so I hear what you're saying, and I respect that. I heard a little bit more from Tony in terms of experience, finding coastal candidates and work with the Coastal Commission, and just his own experience as a city manager that could be helpful too. But again, I think both firms would do a great job, and I'm happy with what we all, decide together. So.
I was impressed with both candidates. As usual, I tried to do my homework. I did make a number of phone calls to reach out, and did solicit a fair amount of outside opinion as well to help shape my opinion. And the conclusion I came up with, although it may have been slightly tainted by the fact that I started my community service with soccer, and there was a line in there about one person being a soccer coach.
Okay, great.
But besides that, I do not think that there's really a bad choice here. But overall, considering all what I've been presented with, what I've heard from you, what I've heard from the candidates, and what I heard from all the phone calls I make, Gary would be my first choice.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a motion. Are we ready for that? Okay, I move that we accept Gary Phillips, Bob Murray and Associates to be the firm to recruit our new city manager.
And authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Bob Murray and Associates.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
I'll second that one.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And with the motion to select Gary Phillips from Bob Murray and Associates, made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Espinosa, passes unanimously. And this is also to enter into an agreement with the firm.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Christine.
So beyond the decision, and thank you, I'm glad we've been able to work through that, and appreciate all your questions. Because we're on a tight schedule, Gary will be interviewing all of us to try to get information for the brochure, and then he will be drafting the brochure and sending it to all of us for review.
Through Michelle.
But we cannot have we cannot discuss this in a closed session. We cannot discuss this together except on the dais, and there's not really time to do that and get the brochure out before the holidays. So we want to make sure that, the process might be that you all give your input, and then the ad hoc committee would finalize, try to incorporate all those comments and finalize it. So I wanted to make sure you're comfortable with that.
Absolutely.
The intent would be not to have 5 people red penciling the document, but to have 2 people red penciling it, and it circulate through via Michelle to all of the council members.
As with the formation of the ad hoc committee, I would have preferred to be involved, but I do respect and appreciate the work that was done both in the past and that I'm assured that I can look forward to in the future.
And just to clarify, Madam Mayor, if I may, these would be individual meetings with council members. So
Correct, because we were not going to have a public meeting, and so we have to have individual input.
Right, and not relay any input from other council members.
And then just confirming, they each have one survey included in their proposals, assuming that that's a community survey, but I think we were thinking that both were important, both a community survey and a staff survey. Yeah.
By staff, do you mean only staff heads, staff, or?
I was meaning all staff. So he'll be interviewing department heads, right, and so forth, but so that everyone gets
I would second that motion.
Okay. So that would mean amending the agreement if needed to accommodate the cost of just a second survey.
Right, so that would be, I assume that'd be an optional change to his agreement, but what I'm hearing from a majority of the council is that you want both.
Is that okay with you, Myra? Do you agree with that? Yes.
Both a community and staff survey.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other direction the
that on the
council wants to
record
give
vocally?
on the timeline?
Do you want us to vote on that, City Attorney?
Just so that everybody is spoken into a mic? Or
No,
No. we
no, I
don't
think
need-
just consensus is enough.
Yeah, and we have a majority consensus.
Okay. Very well.
So
Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate you. And thanks, Planning Commission, for your indulgence. And the meeting is adjourned at 6:54 p.m.
Pacific Coast Television provides a platform for community members to put their shows on TV. Let's take a look at some of the shows produced and aired on PCT throughout the years.
Welcome to the only live primetime musical variety show on the West Coast of the United States.
When she's talking, load of fuck, with someone that she really loves.
It takes rocks and gravel, make a solid roof.
I got some real good TV tonight.
You ready? This is Soundwaves TV.
let's welcome Kathy Holly and Spotlight.
Welcome to Straight Talk for Entrepreneurs, where we reveal what it really takes to build a successful business. Hi, I'm Brandon C. White, and this is Build a Business Success Secrets.
I had to do a special, I think I'm going to call this a season finale with my pal of pals. Mary Beer is in the house. How are you, Mary?
If you have an idea for a show and want to get your message out to the world, PCT can make it happen. For more information, please visit pacificcoast.tv and sign up to become a member. Let's make your show a reality.
Hello, I'm Kathy, and I've been battling asthma for more than 30 years. Many people love warm fire in the hearth. Unfortunately, for me and for millions suffering from asthma, COPD, emphysema, or lung cancer, deadly. I want to thank you for not and saving our environment and our lungs, because .org today.
Hi, I'm Lynn Adams with the Pacific Beach Coalition, and it's really important to me that we have community television, because it allows us to have our community meetings online. It allows us to reach out and educate our community, and it's really important that we can have that service. PCT has been really valuable to the Pacific Beach Coalition by publishing and filming our events, the Earth Day event and Coastal Cleanup Day event, which we just did today. And people that can't come here can still see the message, and that's really important and vital. So I want to thank PCT for all their work, and hope that people will support PCT so that they can continue their work here in Pacifica and along the coast. Thank you.
In 2019, Pacifica began an ambitious endeavor called Vision 2025 and Beyond, a community-driven effort carefully designed to pave the way for the city's sustainable future and a thriving community. This comprehensive plan focused on financial forecasting, public engagement, revenue enhancement, economic development, and communication. Recognizing significant long-term funding needs, Pacifica actively engaged with the community to determine the holistic and inclusive approach to the Vision 2025 and Beyond project, and what the city should prioritize while ensuring its financial sustainability. With community support, Measure Y, a half-cent sales tax, was successfully passed in November 2022, resulting in an annual revenue increase of approximately $2.8 million. In addition, several critical economic development initiatives were launched as part of the Vision 2025 and Beyond project, which identified economic opportunities and market-based solutions to establish a solid foundation for future economic growth in Pacifica. Building on the achievements of Vision 2025 and Beyond, the city formally adopted the 2023 to 2030 strategic plan. This plan continues to prioritize community needs and foster a better future for all Pacificans. For more information, please visit www.cityofpacifica.org today.
Pacific Coast Television invites you to our 2025 PCT Honors Ceremony. Join us on November 22nd at 7 p.m. to celebrate our outstanding community members who make the coastside a wonderful place to live. Hosted by Pacific Coast Television's Executive Director, Martin Anaya, we aim to highlight our honorees' accomplishments that have contributed to our overall community's success. Our incredible honorees this year are Janie Bono James, Holly Smalley, Kathy Johnson, John Beckmeyer, Caroline Barba, Deidre Kennedy Crow, H. James Crow, Frank Erbacher, Joel Dunlap, Annie Irwin, and Dennis Willis. You do not want to miss this event. Tune in November 22nd at 7 p.m. to channels 26, 27 Coastside, or online at pacificcoast.tv. Thank you for your support.
goal is to educate our young on the sacrifices made by our military by showing them the vehicles and the weapons that were used to give us our freedom. We have everything from World War I to modern, from motorcycles to tanks.
Hi, I'm Diana Seeger. I'm a 32-year resident of Pacifica, and PCT has been revolutionizing the way we communicate important issues with our community. The city council meetings are fantastic. This recent event down at Lindemar Beach with Mary Beer there, these are all important things for the rest of the community to know about, and I'm just so impressed. I love Lynn Adams. She's done an amazing job, and for her to be recognized and have that be televised to the rest of the community. These are just a fraction of what PCT has been televising. They televise the dog surfing contest. It goes on, and I for one, am going to be donating a substantial amount of money to PCT because, unlike a lot of other things that I get asked to donate to, this to me is revolutionizing and bringing our community up to the 21st century. And thank you, Kevin, our city manager, Woodhouse. Please work with PCT to make it a win-win for them, because if any group, out of every group that's been supporting Pacifica, I actually think this is the #1 group that's done more than any other group. So thank you again. I will be donating. Thank you.
The Progress Pride flag is really important to show LGBTQ+ community members that they're welcome here in Half Moon Bay, and that there's representation and visibility. And the fact that Macon Main Street has also embraced it, and you can see Progress Pride flags all up and down the street, and there were a lot of people here supporting during the Progress Pride flag raising, just reminds LGBTQ folks that they're welcome here and they can feel seen.
I really love that it really brings a cross-section of the community together. I think that's what Pride is really about, is it's about celebrating everybody for who they are, and I think that shows in the community coming out today and supporting from all walks of life.
This meeting is called to order at 7:06. May I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Chair Hauser? Commissioner Redfield,
Present.
Commissioner Davis.
Present.
All right. Commissioner Devine, can you lead us in the salute to the flag? All right. Before we get into administrative business, any member of the public wishing to make public comment should complete a speaker card, yellow card in the back, and then bring it to staff at the front. On the card, please indicate the agenda item number on which you wish to comment or oral communications for items not on the agenda. Members may also participate in this meeting via Zoom or by phone. Once dialed in, and if we could put the call-in on the screen, once dialed in, enter the conference number 811-5615-8241 and press the pound key. If you are called in during public comment opportunity, press *5 to raise your hand. Once staff calls you, you can press *6 to unmute yourself, or you can do the raise hand function in Zoom. If you are watching on channel 26 or the live stream, please do mute your live stream so that we could hear you. And then I'm going to read this initial public advisement. So public meetings are a limited public forum, meaning that there are rules for commenting at these meetings. Comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, and comments on agendized items must relate to that specific item. If comments do not fall into one of these categories, the city will provide you with a second warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city or on topic. If the warning is not followed, I, as the chair, will direct the city clerk to cut off the microphone, and throughout this warning system, I will seek the assistance of the assistant city attorney in identifying comments not related to the agenda item or not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. So that will bring us to our agenda. So I don't see any public comments on administrative business. Do we have any raised hands for administrative business on the phone?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, then I will open and close public comment for administrative business and ask for an approval on the order of the agenda. Or sorry, for a motion on the order of agenda. Commissioner Godwin?
I move we approve the order of the agenda as written.
Fabulous. I will second that. Let's have a vote, please.
Vote unanimous, passes.
May we get that to display on the voting board? Perfect. Okay. And then let's move Commissioner Devine's name to be in line with her yes.
Thank you.
Fantastic. No, we're good. We got it. We got it. Okay. And that will take us to approval of the minutes of November 3rd. I was not at that meeting, but I understand that I can vote on those. Okay. Does anyone have comments on the meeting minutes, or would anyone like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. We approve the minutes as written.
Second the motion.
We'll vote on that too.
Motion by Commissioner Redfield, seconded by Commissioner Devine. Motion passes unanimously.
Fantastic. Okay. We do have a designation of liaison tonight to the December 8th meeting for 570 Crespi Drive. Do we have any takers on the liaisonship? Yeah?
Sure, I'd love to be liaison for that.
Fabulous. So Commissioner Devine will serve as liaison. And I think we are set. Fabulous. Okay. So moving right along to oral communications, I am going to reread our initial public advisement and before I take oral communications. So public meetings are a limited public forum, meaning that there are rules for commenting at these meetings. Comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, and comments on agendized items must relate to that specific item. If comments do not fall into one of these categories, the city will provide you with a second warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission or on topic. If the warning is not followed, I will direct the city clerk to cut off the microphone, and throughout this warning system, I will seek the assistance of the assistant city attorney in identifying comments not related to the agenda item or not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Okay. So oral communications is a time for folks to comment on items that are not on the agenda. The time allowed for each speaker is 3 minutes. I do not currently have any speaker cards. Are there any raised hands on Zoom?
There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, so no oral communications tonight. And that will bring us to consent items. So there's only one item on the consent calendar. Unless staff has something to say, which I don't think we typically do on consent items, I will take a motion, or if someone wants to pull something from the consent calendar, feel free to let me know.
I make a motion, we approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, let's vote on the consent calendar.
Madam Chair, before we vote,
Yes, please.
did you take public comment on the consent item?
No, I did not. Thank you very much. I also do not have any public comments on the consent calendar. Do we have raised hands on Zoom on item 1, report on the zoning administrator use permit?
We have one raised hand. Oh, Clifford Lawrence, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Cliff, do you have a comment on the use permit for the massage establishment?
No, sorry.
I had a feeling. That's okay. We'll come back to you for the public hearing. Are there any other raised hands?
There are no additional raised hands.
Okay, so with that, I will close public comment. Ms. Bizzano, we had a motion, and I believe we have a second. May I take a vote, or do I need to
No, I assume those motions still stand. Maker and second confirm, but yes, we can proceed with the vote.
I see head nods, so let's vote, please.
Motion made by Commissioner Davis, seconded by Commissioner Redfield. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, moving right along, we have a continued public hearing to rezone under RZ 21122 from R1 and CR with HPD overlay to PD/HPD, including approval of a development plan DP 8722 and specific plan SP 18022 to allow for single-family residential use and reclassification of the HPD overlay to permit land disturbance consistent with the municipal code. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Chair Hauser. We have James Lynn, Senior Planner, presenting for staff tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, Chair Hauser and members of the Commission. My name is James Lynn, Senior Planner with the Planning Division of the Community Development Department. The project before you this evening is an application for a rezone from R1 Single Family Residential and CR Commercial Recreation with HPD Hillside Preservation District overlay to PD Planned Development with the HPD overlay. A development plan to establish single-family residential uses, a specific plan to allow for a retroactive grading permit at 650 Cape Breton. The subject site is located at the end of Cape Breton Drive within the Park Pacifica neighborhood. The current zoning designation of the subject site, which is comprised of 2 parcels, are R-1 single-family residential and CR commercial recreation. The general plan land use designation for both parcels are open space, agricultural, and residential, OSAR. The project is seeking Planning Commission approval for of the specific plan and recommendation to the City Council to approve a rezoning and development plan, which are classified as the planning entitlements. The applicant is seeking these entitlements in order to apply for a retroactive grading activity that had occurred that was part of the notice of violation that was issued on May 20th, 2021. The Hillside Preservation District requires the reclassification of the Hillside Preservation District through the planned development process before land disturbances can occur. The rezoning to PD planned development will require a development plan in order to define allowable uses and a specific plan, which would provide the technical and the design details necessary in order to implement a development plan. For this project, the proposed development plan includes the identification of establishing the single-family residential use. Any use not specified or listed in the development plan as a permitted or approved use would require an amendment of the development plan, which is a discretionary permit process requiring Planning Commission recommendation and City Council approval. The application would also require a specific plan for the approval of the retroactive grading permit for the relocation of the arena, sand, and soil. Identified on plans in attachment D also is the proposal of the installation of a prefabricated carport in order to meet the parking requirements where two off-street covered spaces shall be provided for single-family detached dwelling units. And as mentioned, the applicant has identified a few options of similar dimensions and type as a prevention in case by the time of the application approval, one of the options were to be discontinued or sold out. And apologies, let me pull up the so the carport that I was mentioning just now, the options for the carport are shown here on this slide. And to continue, aside from the proposed installation of the prefabricated carport through the application of a building permit, the project does not involve any new construction or demolition of existing structures. As part of the directions provided by the Planning Commission on August 4, 2025, when the meeting was continued, the Commission asked staff to provide responses to several questions at the next hearing. And the first question identified on the PowerPoint slide were, are any easements in place on the site for public access to trails? Based on staff's review, there are no, the San Mateo County Property Information Portal indicates that there are no public access easements exist for the subject property. However, there are 3 storm drain easements on the site. The next question is potential alternative actions or permit pathways to obtain a retroactive grading permit and comply with the order without going through a rezone, development plan, and a specific plan. Based on staff's review, there are no alternative pathways to resolve the outstanding grading violation or to obtain a retroactive grading permit. The city's regulations outline the specific process that must be followed before grading can legally occur on this property. Because both parcels are located within the Hillside Preservation District, any development proposal must follow the full plan development process. The city also initiated a code enforcement action after grading was conducted inside the covered arena without the required grading permit as part of this application process. And as part of the corrective actions, the applicant is required to obtain these permits. Grading within the Hillside Preservation District is only allowed when it is a part of the approved specific plan. And at this time, there is no previously approved specific plan or development plan for the property. Because of that, staff cannot issue a grading permit under current conditions. To move forward, the applicant must first submit a specific plan for Planning Commission consideration. In order for that plan to be approved, it must be tied to an approved development plan. The work associated with the grading also qualifies as a development proposal, which triggers the full plan development process. For properties within the Hillside Preservation District, this process includes reclassifying the parcels into a planned development district, establishing a development plan, and then approving a specific plan that becomes a part of the zoning for the site. So in summary, before a grading permit can be issued, the applicant must complete the full plan development and specific plan approval process. And under the city's current regulations, there is no streamlined or alternative options available. Another question that was mentioned in the last Planning Commission hearing were that if any, there are still temporary stormwater measures in place. And the site visit conducted by the NGO engineers following the August 4, 2025 Planning Commission hearing confirms that the photos taken during the visit depicting the current site conditions as provided on the site plan and On November 17, 2025, City of Pacifica staff conducted a site walkthrough with NGO engineers to verify that these temporary measures are still in place. The next question that was asked by the Commission was to provide a list of past projects that received approval from Planning Commission for rezoning to planned development PD. And for this, staff has searched for approvals dating back to 2018. And in case that is hard to read, I will read the two applications that had similar approvals. The first one is for TBD Talbot, which was a rezone, Hillside Preservation District reclassification, development plan, specific plan, variance and parking accession for the construction of a single-family residence with a two-car garage on a 24,149 square foot parcel. And the next application was 801 Faster Avenue, which was also a rezone with the Hillside Preservation District reclassification, development plan, specific plan, and transfer development rights, subdivision, tree permits for the construction of a 24-unit residential condominium project. And it is worth noting that the development proposal for these applications were for the development project, such as a single-family residence or a condominium project, whereas the development proposal triggered under this application and considered is the grading activity that has already occurred and is part of the corrective action for the applicant, and the installation of the prefabricated carport in order to meet the city's residential parking standards. And what I also provided on the next slide is an example of the development plan for the TBD Talbot project, which was a single-family residential project. And I see now it's a bit hard to see, but so to describe what was circled in red at the top is the use and the approved uses for the TBD Talbot project, which is for a single-family residence as well as ADUs and JADUs as part of the approved uses. And for the table on the left, which is the application currently under consideration for 650 Cape Breton Drive, includes uses for single-family residential use as well as ADU and junior ADU languages on the development plan ordinance proposal. And just to reiterate that any use not specified or listed in the development plan as an approved use would require an amendment to the development plan, which is a discretionary permit process requiring Planning Commission recommendation and City Council approval. And for reasons analyzed in the staff report, staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the project exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, recommend City Council approve rezone RZ-211-22 and the development plan DP-A7-22 and approve specific plan SP-180-22 by adopting the resolution included as attachment A to the staff report, including conditions of approval in Exhibit B, and incorporate all maps and testimonies into the record by reference. And that concludes staff's presentations. Joining me this evening and available for questions are the city engineer and deputy director Roland Eop, as well as the applicant team who are in attendance this evening with a presentation slide deck of their own. Thank you.
Does anyone have questions for staff before we turn it to the applicant team?
If I may, Chair. On the in all the paperwork in the presentation, it states that this is a one single-family residence on the property. Google Earth clearly shows two what I believe are residential buildings.
Yes, Commissioner Redfield. So the development plan proposes for single-family use as an allowable use and does not specify the density or number of permitted units. The application would allow for the continued single-family residential uses of the site. And if approved, any uses of the existing buildings and structures on site not related to single-family residential use or those typically associated with single-family use would be prohibited.
Follow-up questions. When the property was sold, I know there are certain requirements in the Muni Code as far as sewer inspection, things of that nature. As far as I understand, those buildings were not occupied prior to the sale. Has there been any building inspection? Do we know those currently meet code, building code, as far as electrical, plumbing, et cetera, et cetera?
Thank you, Commissioner Redfield. That has not been part of the planning entitlement, but would have to come as part of building permit.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, I had a question. Did you consider encouraging the applicant to apply for a conditional use permit that would enable the retroactive grading permit, because that would align better with the neighborhood's kind of goals of not changing the zoning, since it was to be for a single time on a single site?
Thank you, Commissioner Godwin. So as the current existing conditions for this site, there are no approved development plan or specific plan, and any sort of development proposal in which, in this case, the grading activity is considered as a development proposal would have to follow through and adhere to the guidance that's listed in the development plan and specific plan. But because there are no existing development plan and specific plan for this site, an application for one would have to be applied for, in this case, for any sort of activities to occur. So for a use permit, essentially a baseline would need to be set for this property.
So you're telling me a conditional use permit option is really not available?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Godwin, could you please repeat your question?
Sure. So you're telling me that the option of getting a conditional use permit is really not available for this property at this time?
That's correct, Commissioner Godwin. So at least at this time, there is no option for the applicant to apply for a conditional use permit. As mentioned earlier, the development plan lists approved uses. And so in this instance, if the applicant were to apply for anything that's not listed as an approved use on that development plan, they would have to apply for an amendment to a development plan. Similarly, if there's a conditional uses listed on that development plan and the applicant is looking to apply for a use that's listed as a conditional use, then in that instance, they would go through the conditional use process, which would still be a planning discretionary permitting process back to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Had one other question. There was some discussion in the community about the applicant never completing the information requested in April of 2024 for the development plan and specific plan. Have those in fact been completed as of this time?
Commissioner Godwin, I might need you to be more specific about the question. I'm not quite sure what is outstanding.
April 8th, former planning director Murdoch sent a letter to the owner of the property stating that the information he requested was incomplete. And was that information ever supplied to the city between that date and this date?
Yes, Commissioner Godwin. So the application during that process, it went through the completeness review process, and ultimately the application was deemed complete by a project planner. And so those outstanding questions would have been resolved per the review process for completeness.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes, I have a clarifying question to Commissioner Godwin's question, which was also one of mine around the conditional use permit. And let's see if I understand it, because some of this situation makes my mind feel like spaghetti. It's kind of the lizard eating its tail. So if I understood correctly, conditional use permit at this time is not an option because it's not a use that's listed in the development plan or the specific plan. And yet we haven't approved those yet or recommended approval of those yet. And this is all being done retroactively. So if we look back in time to when the grading was actually done, would a conditional use permit have been an option then?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Davis. So no, because as mentioned earlier, there are no existing development plan and specific plan for this property. So any sort of development proposal that goes on for this site would have to adhere by the said development plan. If no development plan or specific plan are available, then as part of the application process, the applicant will apply for a new development plan and specific plan. And in that situation, they will apply for with scope of work that would help with the inside the development plan that they're applying for.
Commissioner Davis, a question for you.
Okay.
I think that the questions that you're asking and that this commissioner is asking are really good questions. I think that with them comes like a really good opportunity to deliberate.
Okay.
And I'm wondering
Gotcha.
if you want to reserve them for after public comment so that we could have a holistic conversation.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other clarifying? Okay. And I will start with you after a public comment.
You don't have to.
I would love to. Okay, so with that, I am going to move to the applicant, but before I do, we had a ton of public comment, both at the last meeting via email and to the commissioners as the attachment to the staff report that came out. I only have 4 comment cards. I just want to ask if folks that plan to speak can fill out a comment card, or folks that plan to speak tonight can raise their hand. What I'd like to do is make sure we have time for everyone, make sure we have time for deliberation. And so after the applicant's presentation, I'll gauge what we have, and then we'll go on timing from there. Okay? So I believe the applicant has 10 minutes, or they can go however long they need and reserve the remainder of their time for rebuttal. Deputy Cindy.
So just to clarify, the applicant has 10 minutes, and then they can have 3 minutes for rebuttal?
Oh, I thought that they had to reserve their time for rebuttal.
That's what I'm asking for clarification.
Yes.
Are you saying they have to reserve a portion of the 10 minutes for rebuttal?
That's how we've typically done it, but I would defer to you. I'd actually ask you.
Well,
our
the
municipal
council
code
changed their policy, and so they
Okay.
have 10 minutes for the applicant's presentation, and then the applicant or appellant gets 3 minutes for rebuttal. So there's no reserving.
We'll follow the council's lead, so
Okay.
just to make it clear for
Okay.
the record, we will have 10 minutes for the applicant, and then they can have up to 3 minutes for rebuttal after public comment. Perfect.
James, do you have that clicker for me? Thank you so much.
You guys.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, everyone, for your time this evening. My name is Sigrid Wagoner. I'm with Manat, Phelps & Phillips. I'm a land use partner in our California practice, and I'm here on behalf of the property owner this evening. Just to kind of level set the table again, especially in light of the hearing in August where it seemed there was some confusion about what was, and more importantly, what is not at issue here. One of the commissioners, I believe, asked the question of us, why are we talking about a grading permit? This doesn't typically come in front of the commission. This is not commission business. This is a land use body that looks at and opines on large development projects. In order to kind of take a stab at why we're here, I'd like to take us back to what the facts were in 2021 and remind everybody what happened and where we are and why we're here today. You guys have the pictures in your packet. This was the movement of sand from a horse arena. And as an equestrian myself, it's about, a standard dressage court. It's a covered arena. It's 20 by 60, roughly. That was the movement of sand from the interior of the arena to the exterior of the arena. There was no grading in what we understand that to be in the traditional sense. We are not in any way discussing or under any order of abatement relating to any movement of soil, hillside, or other types of excavation that you traditionally associate with grading. The property owner, when it was given this notice of violation for illegal grading, disputed that, heartily disputed that, pointed out that sand was moved. Unfortunately, the city's retained hearing officer disagreed, and ultimately a final order was entered against the property owner for grading Although the order itself, if you guys look at it, page 102 of your packet, does in fact say the relocation of sand. But it's the final order, right? And that's the order of the city, and that is what the property owner is burdened with. And I also want to make that point very clear. This order is against the property, and it burdens the property. And over the past 4 years, the property owner has, in good faith, ticked all of the boxes in this order to correct that violation. This is the final box ticking exercise, coming to you to get a grading permit because of the unfortunate designations of the property. Again, there's been a lot of talk about rezone development plan, specific plan. What does that allow us to do? All it allows us to do is get our grading permit for sand that has already been removed and has been fully remediated, and we are also getting a building permit for a carport because we need a second carport. This is the city code. We don't particularly like the box we're in. It doesn't sound like the commission really likes the box we're in, but this is the way the code has been written, and because we are unfortunately in this district and have this overlay, we are going through what is quite a bit of a formalistic exercise to get a specific plan and a development plan that literally lets us have a grading permit. If there was another pathway, we would certainly have availed ourselves of it. You know, we didn't want to be here to ask you guys to give us a grading permit for work that we've already done. But again, we are burdened with this order. We need to get it off the property. We've done everything but get this grading permit. Staff's already said all this, and so I don't want to be terribly redundant, but I think it's important, again, to level set the room and level set what everybody understands is being asked for tonight from you in terms of a recommendation to the council. All we are doing is legalizing, regulating our existing grading that has been done. We are going to continue to utilize the structures for residential use that is an authorized use. We are putting in a carport so that we now comply with the current parking standards in today's code in Pacifica. Staff already said this. I'm just re-quoting what they said, and I appreciate staff's time on all of this. We're not proposing any new development. James has said this several times. We're not constructing anything. We're putting up a prefab carport, and we're getting rid of our NOV. This doesn't allow us to do anything further. As staff has already pointed out, any sort of change in the future would be subject to an amendment of the plan that we're getting tonight to get a grading permit, hopefully from you. We don't get to just go out and build anything beyond clearing the NOV and the carport. That's it. If we were to come back to you, as you know, land use works in a very, very linear way. If we were to come back to you to ask to do anything else outside of the limited authorization that's being proposed tonight, that would be an entirely new discretionary process. We would need to come back to you for full hearing, all administrative due process, all noticing requirements, full freight. That is not being sought tonight. Again, all we want to do is eliminate this violation. We have completed every step but obtaining this grading permit. We spent 4 years doing that, and that is all we are seeking tonight. And now with that, I will reserve my 3 minutes at the very end of this.
Okay. I have one more yellow card. How many, if folks online could raise their hands?
We have one raised hand, but 3 people in the Zoom.
So I will allow for those 3 people to raise their hand over the course. I really thought we were going to reduce time tonight, but we've got plenty. So everyone will be allocated 3 minutes. I will read the 3 names, like the first name and then the 2 people after, so that they can be prepared. We're going to start with Lisa Funkhauser, followed by Mark Hubble, and then Kelly Moresco. Reminder again that these people have 3 minutes.
My name is Lisa Funkhauser, and I appreciate you hearing my concerns today. When we were here in August, you heard I voiced what my concerns were then. I'm not going to rehash that. I will address a little bit of what the applicant just said, which is their movement of sand from the arena. And as I said last time, that movement of sand, of course, has, it's contaminated. It's equestrian feces and other things in there. That runoff from that property got into my house because of illegal construction that they did because they didn't get what they wanted the first time they applied for zoning with the Planning Commission. When they didn't get what they wanted, they went ahead and did what they wanted anyway, and it caused me harm. When I asked them for reimbursement of the $27,000 that I had to pay to repair my home, they said, nope, not our problem. And they started harassing me. There were people there following me, yelling at me from the property. These are not good faith actors. I have no doubt that if you give them an inch on any of this, they are going to find a way around it. So yes, it was movement of sand so that they could hold events in their arena. They had hundreds and hundreds of people there. They parked cars in the arena, which they weren't supposed to do. They were playing basketball. They had basketball tournaments with an amp where all we could hear was them yelling, you know, their play-by-plays of these basketball tournaments. Let me tell you, in an arena like that, that reverberates through the valley. This is illegal work. They have not proposed any new development, so how can any future changes that require, I just don't understand this chicken and egg thing. As you said, Commissioner Davis, it's the lizard chasing the tail or whatever it is. It's that notion of there's supposed to be a development plan, a specific development plan in order to get these changes or amendments, but yet they haven't created one. We don't know what they're planning. And that's what we want to know. We want to see, well, what is their intended use of this property? Yes, she just said, okay, they're planning to keep it residential. They bought this property and they had no intention of keeping it residential initially. And they even now have meetings regularly. Their church people come in, I'm presuming it's their church people, but they have these big meetings regularly, once or twice a week, where people are coming in, so they aren't using it just for residential purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, followed by Kelly Marasco, and then Lori, which I think is Lori Yap. Yeah. Hi.
Hello there. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm speaking tonight as a 40-year resident of the back of the valley neighborhoods, and my neighbors, when they saw this thing's whipping up again, are very concerned because when it was first, this thing was first going on and it was more open and everything, you know, we got we were doing traffic testing and traffic counts and all this other stuff. So there was going to be, you know, maybe 125 or 200 cars there for a Sunday, you know, if the church thing does apply, or as somebody just stated, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be built that way. But we're all very concerned about that much traffic going to one place in the back of the valley neighborhood that was never designed for that. And, you know, and on Sundays when kids are out playing and everything, if there's, you know, 125 cars, you know, coming up the road, and I get that number from 3 years ago when we had a lot of meetings between the church organization, representatives in our neighborhood, and 125 cars, you know, per each way, right, was the number. Now, I'm starting to think that it could even be a lot more than that. So I just, you know, in this planning phase, I'd just like you to keep that in mind, that the neighbors really are very concerned about that whole neighborhood, actually, the whole Baca Valley neighborhood has huge concerns about the safety of this thing, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, followed by Lori, and then Sue Degree, and that's the last card I have.
Hello, my name is Kelly Maresco, born and raised in Pacifica. My parents live on Cape Breton, and I grew up at Park Pacifica Stables, riding horses and enjoying ranch life with my friends. The owners, Matt Farley and April Schneider, made this place a wonderful place for horse lovers, and it was like my second home. There are trails up to the mountains that were accessible by horseback and ranch vehicles. We do not know if these trails are being maintained, and they could be used for emergency. This organization has made changes to the property without proper permit or community outreach. They say they want a carport. Why? They have a covered arena, a large shop, which is like a large garage, 2 barns, all of which can accommodate parked vehicles. What is the plan for this property, the arena, and the barns? Why are they applying for a carport when they do not have a permit for social gatherings? Who needs covered parking when they are not zoned for gatherings? When they had a church gathering, the whole block was parked cars, plus the whole property. Please listen to the people that actually live in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, and then Sue.
Hi, I'm Lori. The applicant performed illegal grading on the property in March of 2021. It is now over 4 years later, and a convoluted proposal is being presented to you in order for the applicant to obtain a retroactive grading permit. The contaminated soil was already removed from the arena and placed in various locations on the property. The soil that was removed absolutely needs to be properly secured on the property and should have already been done so after 4 years. Obtaining a retroactive grading permit cannot undo what has already been done. However, trying to find a way for the applicant to obtain a retroactive grading permit has led us to this convoluted proposal. So why don't we consider removing the retroactive grading permit requirement? Then, no zoning will be necessary, no carport, and no changes to the property. The proposal rewards the applicant for their illegal actions and undermines the public desire to keep the current zoning on the property. This would be an absolutely ridiculous outcome if this proposal is approved. The applicant needs to submit a complete application to the city disclosing their planned usage for the entirety of the property. Piecemeal applications like the one before you do not serve the public or the city because no one can get a true picture of the overall plan for the property and render a knowledgeable assessment if the overall project would be feasible or appropriate on the site. It is easy to get caught up in trying to understand this proposal and forget that future plans for this property have been in the works since it was purchased 5 years ago. Let's remember, the applicant already performed illegal grading, so obviously they had a plan when they performed that grading. The applicant had applied for a temporary use permit to have services 6 days a week with up to 150 people, 2 times a day, so they had a plan. The applicant hired professionals to perform a traffic study, so they had a plan. The applicant has demonstrated that they have plans for the property. We shouldn't feel pressured into approving this proposal without knowing the full scope of the future plans for the property. I keep hearing that this proposal is just for this or just for that. But the issue is we shouldn't be making major changes to the property zoning without any idea of what the future plans and usage will be on the site. Let's get a complete application with the planned usage for the entire site first. Approving this proposal, including rezoning, development plan, and specific plan, may lead to unforeseen consequences for the city and the public. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lori. Sue, and then we will move on to folks online.
Thank you. Laurie made some excellent points. So it wouldn't be the first time that the city of Pacifica had to say, sorry, you cannot do something that's retroactive. It's not the first time it's happened before where the property people didn't follow the rules and they had to, take it down, actually. So that wouldn't be unusual. The thing is, this is a cul-de-sac. They did say it was moving of sand. That sounds like simple. Yeah, why worry about that? But it is contaminated. Contaminated, when anything is contaminated, it has repercussions, and those kind of things should not be, slipped over. Allowing retroactive sometimes like this when an agency or a church, in this case, they've built places before in other cities, but you have to be aware of what the rules and regulations are. That's just part of building and getting permits. So not being aware seems kind of suspect. And then the inch, give somebody an inch and they'll take a foot. Opening pathways to even more ways of attempting to do things, shall we say the word manipulative, whatever. The basic point is, it wouldn't be the first time that Pacifica said, hey, you should have known, and you're going to have to take it down. Sorry, but that's life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to the web. I know we had Mr. Lawrence. Do we have any other raised hands?
There are no additional raised hands, but we could possibly
have more after.
Yeah.
We'll limit it to the 3 people who are on, but let's have Mr. Lawrence speak.
Clifford Lawrence, you may unmute yourself and begin your public comment.
Good evening, and thank you, commissioners. Appreciate your service. This is a crock. This whole community is being held hostage by some illegal grading, which has become a dog whistle and is totally obscuring what is the true intention here. And I'm hopeful that you can recognize that just by the performance that this owner has already demonstrated by doing illegal grading, doing illegal gatherings, and such, that their intentions don't match up with your expectations and don't match up what you think they should be doing as good citizens of Pacifica. I am very concerned that a rezoning could open new opportunities we have not foreseen. I beg you, please deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Clef. Any other raised hands?
There are no additional raised hands.
All right, well then I will bring it back to the applicant for their 3 minutes, if they would like to take them.
Sure. Just again, to keep feeling we go around in circles on this one, to reset, what is in front of the commission is very limited scope. And the way land use law works is what is in front of the commission is all that we're going to be authorized to do. There's no larger development proposal here. If that were to come before the commission, that would be a full freight, separate discretionary process. It seems that folks are very concerned about what may happen in the future, but there is no proposal for the future and there's no proposal for development. We are, again, burdened with the city's order and the city's directive to obtain this retroactive grading permit. That's a city-imposed obligation for us to clear a violation that we do have a right to clear, and we have in good faith worked for 4 years to complete all clearance items. This is the last remaining item. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment. and I will bring it back to the commission for questions and deliberation, which we can now do. I do want to ask staff for a couple of clarifiers to help direct our conversation. So I believe that we are not here to deliberate on the violation. Whether a violation took place or not is not the purview of the Planning Commission. Is that correct? That decision was already made.
That's correct. The administrative hearing officer heard the appeal and made the final determination, and that order is in place.
Okay. And the order has a requirement for a retroactive grading permit. Is that correct?
I was just looking at it. The order requires that they comply with zoning ordinances to obtain a grading permit, I think is what it says exactly. It says, sorry, I was just looking at it. Oh, obtain a grading permit for the illegal grading relocation that occurred on the property as set forth in the May 20, 2021 notice of violation. And that notice of violation specified the requirements regarding the the process they would need to follow to obtain a grading permit.
So the order requires a retroactive grading permit, but the order does not specify a retroactive rezoning or a rezoning. It just specifies that they have to go through and get a retroactive grading permit in accordance with our municipal code requirements.
Right. And then keep in mind that the city then entered into an agreement that specified the process that would need to be followed as well for obtaining the retroactive grading.
An agreement with whom?
I'm sorry?
An agreement with whom?
The applicant.
With the applicant.
As part of the resolution of the code enforcement violations.
Commissioner Davis, let's go back to your questions.
Okay. City Attorney, I'm sorry. So I'm looking at the court order, and I know that there were, for both violations, those actions were listed as, and they got into covering the disturbed soil, install erosion, but I don't see where it's, and I'm not questioning what you're saying, but I'm not seeing where it specifies that they have to get a retroactive permit in the order.
So if you look on page,
packet page
102, I believe.
102, great, thanks.
And the hearing officer, Ms. Valerie Armento, specified in, if you look at the very bottom lines, starts at line 17 and goes to 20. So the applicant is required to refrain from any additional grading or removal of sand from the property and to obtain a grading permit for the illegal grading sand relocation that occurred on the property as set forth in the notice of violation.
Okay, so is that a part of the order that we could dismiss?
No, you don't have any jurisdiction over the order.
Okay, even though it was found in our favor, okay, all right. So retroactive grading permit is required.
So we need a retroactive grading permit. And I'm going to cut to the chase with the CUP because I didn't think about that. But I think we all talked as a commission at the last hearing, and I think what we said, and folks can jump in to recharacterize their statements, but what I heard and what I said was that a rezoning for this does not pass the logic test. So when I look at the findings that are required to do the rezoning, I have a hard time making them because the A to B to C logic is very convoluted. They don't seem to apply to a retroactive grading permit. So instead of sticking with the municipal code section 22, right, Article 22, I looked at Article 34 for variances, and those are findings that I think we could make and wouldn't rezone the property and could get the applicant the retroactive grading permit that they need to achieve. So I defer to you, Marge, but I see what you're doing with the CUPs. I was thinking the same way with variances.
Right.
But there's a...
Right. So that's a great possibility, and that's what I started doing. Rather than continuing to look at a packet we'd already seen and review answers to questions that, frankly, some of them weren't quite answers, I started looking at the ordinances. And I might be opening a can of worms here, but there's also under the development procedures and standards for HPD, it does say that if, in the HPD districts shall pursue the procedures and standards set forth in PD, and that it has to be rezoned. But it goes on to say where land is both within the agricultural, and this is, I know it's the land use in the general plan, but within the agriculture and hillside preservation zoning districts, applicants proposing a development which is either a conditional and/or permitted use within the agricultural district are exempt from the requirement to reclassify the property to the planned development district. However, all other requirements of the hillside preservation district shall remain applicable. So I wondered if that might be a possible path. So it sounds to me like we now have two paths, at least to explore. Maybe city council and staff aren't prepared to address that now, council. I made it sound like I was talking about the city attorney.
You can just call me Denise. That's fine. Just Denise. That's fine.
What a kind way of reminding me what your name is. I'm teasing you. Denise, yeah, maybe you don't have these answers, but obviously I think our minds were in the same place. So, and I kind of summed it up this way, and I don't know if this is helpful, but let's see if I kind of understand. So there was grading done without a permit, seemingly to use the arena for other purposes and eliminate the smell. City filed the notice of violation. We won an order. They were ordered to obtain a permit, which requires a DP and SB to satisfy that so it can be rezoned PD to allow for grading for soil disturbance because it's HPD. Again, lizard eating the tail, kind of. I saw it said we received an application. I was curious that we didn't have a copy of that application. I would have appreciated seeing it. I think it would have added understanding. DP and SB became the grading, the continued residential use, and the carport. So then I go, were the last two components requirements of the city? Did we add those so that it would really look like a development plan? I was confused by that too. Maybe grading isn't considered standalone development. So, and under these circumstances, it has to be rezoned, right? So here we are back at the beginning. But so then I say to myself, so let's look at the circumstances we can change and what is in our control to change as we try to find a way to avoid rezoning this property to PD, planned development, which we've had a lot of public outcry about it. We as commissioners are sitting here not being able to come to the findings that are necessary for that. And I think that we've got two other things we could explore now, and I think it would be worthwhile. And in fact, I would like to request that we do that.
Well, and Commissioner Davis.
Too soon.
No, I think, you and I sound like we've made our opinions known, and I would like to just quickly poll the commission to see if there are any commissioners who are supportive preliminarily of a rezone. So, Commissioner Devine, I'll start with you.
I have two questions,
Yes.
and then I would like to provide an opinion. Is an additional covered space required for their use?
Right, as part of the requirements for the plan development and development plan, they need to have covered parking.
Previous to this, though. Previous to this, was it required?
No.
Okay.
No. So they're providing that as a way to meet the requirements of this process.
Got it. And then this is more so for the public as well. What possibilities would a rezone to PD allow?
In this case, as indicated by staff and the applicant, all it will allow is the grading permit to be issued.
But it will allow them to come forward with plans of a complete...
They could come forward with plans anytime. So all this is going to approve is the retroactive grading permit.
Understood.
Can I, I'm sorry.
No.
Your question.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So I understand that now, that's all it's approving. But there is a distinct difference between R1 and PD. And in fact, when I read about PD, it's about being more flexible. I know that's discretionary approvals, but even in a general definition that I found, a planned development district, I'm going to read this if that's okay, is a zoning tool a zoning tool that allows for flexible, mixed-use development, this is currently R1, by deviating from standard zoning rules like lot size, building height, and setbacks. It is a site-specific zoning framework for a unified project that includes specific development standards such as uses, density, and open space in exchange for community benefits like creative design, preservation of natural features, and enhanced public amenities. I have a hard time reconciling this with that, and I think everybody else is too.
It's a pretty obvious divergence.
So
way different than R1.
going back to where everyone's feeling, how are you feeling?
Every zone is asinine. I will never support that.
Commissioner Godwin?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions related to this. This retroactive grading permit was supposed to be obtained no later than May 30th, 2022. Is that still applicable in November of 2025, 3.5 years later? Or do we have any flexibility, given this is kind of getting long in the tooth?
No, the order did have a date certain.
It did.
And ultimately, the city and the applicant entered into an agreement to extend that deadline. And the applicant met the agreement requirements and filed the application within the timeframes of the agreement requirements. And that application has been in process for a very long time. So that's
So
why we're here.
the deadline was met, even though it's
Ultimately,
long in the
yes.
past?
Right.
Okay.
Ultimately, the deadline was met, and it's just that the application has taken a while to be deemed complete and then processed for planning commission hearings. Yeah.
I had some insomnia this week, and I was reading some law books about this.
Yeah.
And at least from a layman's point of view, it looked like if there was some environmental benefit, it was possible to apply the conditional use permit rules if there was an overriding environmental benefit, or there was something else the community got out of it. Are you 100% sure the conditional use permit is just totally out of the question?
I am.
Okay.
And I think staff is. And I mean, we've looked. I'm hearing all these alternatives, and I can tell you, applicant's attorney is an experienced land use attorney. Our team is an experienced land use attorney. You have professional staff that are sitting here. We looked at it. Christian looked at it very closely. Christian Murdoch, the former planning director, looked at it very closely. If we could have come up with a different way, we would have. This is a long process, and the applicant has had to definitely work very diligently to provide the information that's before you tonight to meet the plan development requirements. And I don't think anybody is saying this is a perfect system, but that is what is in the code. Your job as planning commissioners is to look at the code and analyze the project that's before you and to see if you can make the findings that are necessary. If you can't make the findings that are necessary, then you make a decision based on your inability to make the findings. But that is the universe within which we have to review project applications. And so I think, Madam Chair, if I may, I think staff has a response to the suggestion about potential variance or the agricultural. I think the director wants to say something.
I think let me finish polling the commission, and then I would be very happy to hear that.
Great.
For rezoning, we're talking, I'm not convinced.
Okay. So did I get your answer?
Not really. I've been sitting on the fence pretty good, but I've been trying to find another answer to this, but.
Okay. So I think we've polled the commission on kind of where folks stand. What would staff like to add?
I just wanted to clarify that any development within the hillside overlay requires a rezone to the PD. And so I just wanted to just bring that back where it might not, this is not a typical rezoning, but because it's in the Hillside Preservation District, the PD allows, I just lost the word. In a traditional plan development, right, you are looking at like flexibility, right, you are looking at different design standards, development standards, but that's not what's before the commission tonight. It's really just their ability to legalize the grading. And that's a code requirement that we're not able to just override.
May I? Please.
So I understood what you just said, that anything within HPD requires it to be rezoned to PD, but that's not what I read in the ordinance. A public agency and other types of groups are exempt from it, and also what I read about the agricultural is direct from our ordinance, our code of ordinances. So maybe you could shed some light on that for me. I'd appreciate it. If you want, I can tell you what section it is. It's section 9-4.2256. And I want to say it was maybe the third or fourth paragraph down.
And this is not within an agricultural zoning district.
I understand.
So again, we can't apply the exemption because it's not applicable here. So we don't have the choice to apply that exemption outside of agricultural zoning district.
That wasn't what I was suggesting. What I was suggesting is if we're going to rezone it to PD to meet this requirement of this I want to say back-ass words, but I know I shouldn't, but I just did, to accommodate this oddly, I mean, it's like we have our ankle in the snare of our own loophole, it feels like, and it just seems like there's got to be another way. So my thought was, could we rezone it to, and I don't know, I'm new, but could we rezone it to agricultural or to R1A?
I think we can't propose, what the city attorney and staff are saying is we can only consider the application before us. We can't make a proposal for the applicant.
Gotcha.
I think what I was saying on the variance front is I would be able to make findings for the variance. They're listed in our code. I am having a much harder time making the findings for what staff has put before us. There is nothing in the HPD article that says a variance is not allowed in HPD. There's nothing in the variance section that says that we can't apply it to HPD. The findings are simple. They seem to describe the particulars of this situation. So I think, I don't know how we get to a vote here. I don't know if we're going to be able to find somebody to make a motion in a second to support. I don't know if the city staff would like a motion to deny. I don't know if we have a resolution that has that, right? So we are a recommending body, and council will consider this or not, but.
Right, that's correct. So the Planning Commission will make their recommendation, whatever that's going to be, and it will proceed to the council, and the council will consider the Planning Commission's recommendation. So if we have a majority of the planning commissioners, and it sounds like we think there are a majority that would have trouble making all of the findings that are required, then we would want to hear from the planning commissioners which findings they do not think that they can make and why they cannot make them. And then staff can draft a resolution of denial. We can do that tonight. We will hear from the Planning Commission and then absorb that and reflect that in a resolution of denial, and then that resolution of denial can be considered by the Planning Commission, and then if the Planning Commission wants to move that and second it and support it by a majority, then it will proceed to the council.
Okay.
So if we can, I think staff can put up the findings that need to be made, And then maybe it'd be good, Chair, it's up to you, of course, but if you want to go through each one, and then,
Maybe Commissioner Devine, did you have something?
Yeah,
to say?
I think that would be pertinent because I'm just having a hard time. I totally understand this cyclical aspect of this. Nonetheless, we're here because of a violation. So are we going to reward violations? And so that's why I think going through the findings would be helpful, because right now it's really hard to separate this from the very simple black and white fact.
Chair, if I may throw
Please.
something in. I mean, this, I think we should absolutely pursue the variance option. This just is a twilight zone moment. It really is. I'm waiting. I think Rod Serling should walk into the room any moment. It's just absurd. So this said to investigate the variance and also work towards correcting this. I mean, the two examples that we were given of HPD, the Fassler project and the Talbot project are twilight zone, again, away from what we're talking about here. They're not even in the same league, in my opinion, just due to the size and scope of what we're looking at. And we know that the 801 Fassler project is continuing to have issues to this day as far as HPD overlay. There were violations of that, apparently, and still going on, and items that were not done by the developer. So I am extremely apprehensive, I think everybody up here is, on this. So we need to pursue all options, and I think the variance is, it sounds feasible and logical to do, and I think that would correct a lot of the issues that we're all just not on board with.
Well, and there's also a precedent setting, right? It's like if you have a site in HPD and you want to rezone your property, just violate the law.
Yeah, and that's the twilight zone moment. It's just, it's absurd. It doesn't make sense. There's no logic in it.
And it's hard not, I mean, it's impossible to not see that going from R1 to PD, it's a much less restrictive, much more flexible. Yes, there is discretion involved, but it's hard to perceive it as anything other than rewarding. And I love the fact that you can, the precedent setting, that's huge. And I would also just like to clarify that I understand what we're deliberating on tonight. I had an idea, you had an idea. I understand that we're being told by the land use attorney for the applicant and by our staff and attorney, the option that has been put before us. But I think we're also having a hard time accepting that that really is the only option. And the more I hear about the variance, I'm with Commissioner Redfield. I would prefer to continue and have that explored rather than do the whole, I mean, I don't think that looking at the findings is a bad thing either. I mean, I would be willing, absolutely willing to do that as well, but.
Well, and I appreciate that the applicant has said that they want to get this done and that they seem to have been complying with the agreement. I think that's helpful, right? So I think they probably want to get this done as simply and as quickly as well. So what do we do now? Do you want to put the findings on the screen?
sorry, what? I'm sorry, there's a lot of machinations back here.
Sure. Would you like to put the findings on the screen as was suggested, or what would you guys like to do?
At your pleasure. So whatever you would like to do, we would be happy to do that. So one thing we wanted to clarify with the Planning Commission is that, I mean, we briefly discussed the variance and we've identified a few reasons why it wouldn't work. One, and first and foremost, is that the applicant didn't apply for a variance. So we can't just grant variances without that being part of the application process. Secondarily, variances won't apply to changes in land use. And here you have a we are trying to establish the use through the PD process. That's what's required. So we can't.
Which use? The legal grading?
No, the single-family use. So through the PD process, you are establishing the use, and that's provided in section 9-4.2203. So you have to establish the use before it can be changed.
But why do we have to establish the use?
Because it's in the Hillside Preservation District, and that is the requirement for hillside projects within the Hillside Preservation District. So if you go to section Commissioner Davis was just reading it.
Oh, want it again?
Yes, please.
It is 9-4.2256.
2256.
Sorry, I'm familiar with what the ordinances say. What in the order requires us to establish a land use of a single family? What part of the order?
So nothing in the order requires the establishment of the use, but in order to, sorry, wrong use of words.
Yeah.
The only way that the applicant can comply with the order and get the grading permit is to go through this process. They have to, and this was discussed at length during the code enforcement process, that they would have to go through this lengthy procedure to get the grading permit. And it requires the creation of the Plan Development District and a development plan. So again, not something that is ideal, not something that I think, I mean, if there had been an easier way, we would have tried to take that. But it's just, that's the requirement in the code.
Do you want to say something, Commissioner Davis?
Not yet.
And I mean, I think there's been a lot of talk about like, this may be, somehow, this is a favorable outcome to the applicant. And I think that if you ask the applicant, they would wholeheartedly say this isn't a process that they wanted to follow. I'm sure they would have been happy to just remove the soil and the sand and be done with it. Going through this process certainly has not been easy or inexpensive for them. And so I think that, if they could have identified an easier way, I think they would have identified it.
Wouldn't an easier way have just been following the rules?
Well, but their position was is that, I mean, yes, I agree with you, but their position was, and has been all along, and you heard that from the applicant, that they didn't actually grade. And their position at the hearing was that there was no grading. But of course, as indicated earlier, the hearing officer found in favor of the city.
Well, and, I can't rattle off the definition of grading, and I don't want to get too distracted from my question because I remembered it again, but it seems to me, so yeah, they were just moving sand, but what I read in the order was it was the amount, and they did it with artificial means, and also she said as soon as they moved it outside of the arena, so yeah, they didn't grade like dig down a grade, but they built up a grade. They changed the grade outside of the arena. So isn't that grading? Yeah, and that is what caused runoff, and that's what they had to cover and protect, and right?
Yeah, the city's position was it was grading, and they needed a grading permit. And unfortunately, getting a grading permit is...
You can say it was just moving sand out of the arena, but where did you move it to? It changed the grade of the land. So anyway, having said that, couldn't they file for a variance? You said that we couldn't do the variance because it would require the applicant filing for a variance. And if they really have no interest in this being rezoned PD, and they really want to close it, and they've already done all the mitigation and everything that we asked to protect the, from flooding and toxic runoff and that. I mean, we saw that in the last hearing. They had done that very well. BMPs, couldn't they file for a variance?
I don't believe this is eligible for a variance because, again, within the hillside overlay, well, first, well, I guess, yeah, it is an order thing. Within the hillside overlay, that grading, so had they come, you know, before this work was done, this is the same process that they would have had to go through because they're in the HPD, and that requires the approval of a development plan, which requires rezoning to PD. And so the project's not eligible for a variance to establish the use and do this work. And I mean, these are...
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I think, you know, the purpose of a variance in Pacifica and in many cities is to accommodate for special circumstances. And I would highly suggest, or like this is highly suggestive of special circumstances. All of the previous projects that were put up on the screen of HPD were single-family home proposals, and they all were new development, and they all had an actual development proposal. None of them had a violation. None of them had a court order. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time. I've never, ever had this come up before us. That in and of itself feels like a peculiar circumstances, right? So again, we can't force the applicant to file a variance application, but when every single finding on the project is not applicable, not applicable, not applicable, it's not the right set of findings, right? And so that's what as a planning commissioner, I'm trying to logic my way into getting there because I know that staff is in a hard position. Like, this is not what you guys wanted to be doing either. So I think I just can't get there. And it sounds like you have 4 just can't get theirs, 1 on the fence and 2 who are not here. So I think the next question is like, how do we proceed to council? And maybe it's a recommendation of denial.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think that you're correct. I do want to bring up one code section that maybe you haven't reviewed that specifically speaks to grading and excavation permits.
Which article is it, Denise?
It's 9-4.2212.
9-4.
One more time,
9-4.2212. That I think, I mean, to Chair Hazard's point, I mean, most of this, the findings and the discussion about PD do relate to bigger projects. But based on this code provision, I understand, and I think the intent was to show that it was intended, the PD designation was intended for grading and excavation permits as well. So I wanted to just bring this up and flag it for you to see.
No, I appreciate that, and I do think that a grading exercise that would be consistent with the intent or the purposes of Hillside District, that maybe I could look at differently. But the intent of the Hillside Preservation District was not an illegal grading opportunity, right? Like, so they're at odds. And to, I think, City Attorney's point, this is not the route that you guys would have wanted to take either. We have a weird code, right? There's code oddities here. I still don't see, I am not an attorney, I still don't see why a variance wouldn't be applicable because it seems pretty straightforward. The findings seem applicable, but we're not the applicant. So I think we're back to like, how do we finish reviewing what's before us tonight? Does anyone have any other comments before we talk about Commissioner Godwin?
I need a little more time and do a little more research, so I'm leaning toward continuation is the best possible outcome because it seems like there's some things that couldn't be looked at.
Rather than making a
Decision of denial, or because that seems to be the only other choice.
Yeah, well, let me ask a question, and I want to make sure that we're being fair to everyone. If we think that there's information that can fill this out where we could get there, then that makes sense. I personally, and I said this at the last meeting, this just doesn't pass the logic test for me, so I will not be able to get there. If we have, I believe because it's a rezone, it's 4 out of 7. Mm-hmm. So if the 4 other people on the dais, or at least 3, you know, If we think that we can get there, then let's continue it.
So are you convinced that a variance won't work, or would you be interested in having them explore if there might be a way to have
Well,
that?
again, no, I hear what you're saying. I think a variance would be something that I personally could support based on the way our ordinance is written. That is not what's before us tonight.
I understand. But I guess if we can't get there by any other path, which a continuance would be about more information and maybe exploring other options, and if none of those are a path that we can get there, then yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we're never going to get there because I'm
On
not
the
either.
rezone.
I'm with you, yeah.
So I see what you're saying. I think what I'd like to hear from the city attorney is whether the type of continuance that the commissioners up here are describing is something that would be fruitful to staff. Because what I'm hearing, I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing that there is not a path to analyze a variance because that's not the application. So if we continue and ask for an analysis of a variance, that might not be helpful. I mean, we need some guidance.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Chair, that there's, if there's specific information that the Planning Commission wants about the project that's before them, we'd be happy to go out and research and come back and provide that to the Planning Commission. But as the Chair mentioned, the variance isn't part of the project application. So, yeah, we could go back and research that and confirm what's being said tonight or come up with a different answer, but that's still not going to be something that is feasible for the Planning Commission to approve or recommend.
Do you recommend asking the applicant for their, would the applicant like to weigh in?
I was going to ask that too.
Well, let me ask a question. Would you recommend asking the applicant if they would like to pursue a different alternative or if they would like us to make a motion from a time standpoint?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to recommend that the applicant pursue a variance if staff feels that a variance is not feasible or possible. So,
okay.
I mean,
but certain of that, I guess, is my question.
I think what they're trying to tell us is that they are certain enough for a continuation to not make sense. Under the current application, right? That's what I'm getting. Does anyone disagree?
Repeat that one more time.
Sure. I think what I'm getting from staff and from the city attorney is that based on what is before us, a continuation does not math. They don't support a variance, and I don't see them clearly putting any other options before us to continue and pursue more information on. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
No, I hear what she's saying, sure. Yeah. Because, yeah, it's not part of what's gone before us. We're the tail of the dog, so to speak, and the dog's already on the run. So maybe if we denied it, then we'd have to come up with another option. I don't know.
No, the recommendation goes to Council Commissioner Davis. We are not the decision-making body on this.
Yep, no,
So-
I understand. Then they can do what they see fit, think is appropriate. I get it.
So all we're trying to do is clarify why we're denying.
Yeah, findings.
That's how it's seeming. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but that is
Understand.
what the tea leaves seem to be revealing. Okay. Would staff like us to discuss findings in particular?
Yes, so let me go ahead and pull up the findings for,
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. And Commissioner Redfield, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you want to?
Just a hypothetical. Going back before all this occurred. Had this happened before the hearing and the applicant had asked for a variance, or a pass, if you will, through the process of a variance, would that have been possible and not have gone to a hearing with an NOV? It's a total hypothetical, just trying to clarify in my brain.
Could I just clarify the question, Commissioner Redfield? So if they had come to the city for the permit pathway prior to doing the grading, would they be eligible for a variance? Was that the question?
Not even a permit to do it. If it had occurred and before it went to a hearing, a formal hearing and a formal process, could the applicant have gone and asked the city for a variance and had obviously a public hearing for a variance on that discretion? Indiscretion, I should say.
My understanding is no, that we would still be in this current pathway because of the requirements of the Hillside Preservation District.
So in other words, that would have required a grading permit no matter what, being in the HPD.
Right.
So, going to findings. I think the one that, and we can talk about all of them, but the one that on packet page 41 that says the land uses proposed will not be detrimental to present or potential surrounding uses, which is fine, but will have a beneficial effect which would not be achieved through other districts. I do not know what the beneficial effect is. So that's like the. Well, it's on the screen and it's 41.
Oh, it's on, okay. So I think you should just say what support you have for that finding.
Yeah, I'm missing the beneficial effect.
See what they come up with in response.
I mean, the applicant has acknowledged on the record that it's not a benefit to them. The community has acknowledged that it's not a benefit in their opinions, and I can't find a benefit here, so I don't, that's one I couldn't support. Any other ones we want to skip through?
They're looking at other ones, yeah.
I think in, I believe it's item B in the development plan, item subcategory B, says each unit of the development, as well as the total development, can exist as an independent development. And the only development we're talking about, I believe, is the single-family residence with the carport. That's the only development is the carport. Capable of creating an environment of sustained desirability and stability or adequate assurance that such objective can be obtained. And it goes on to say, in the findings, the project does not include any new development or demolition of existing structures. The site is already developed with single-family residence and associated improvements. And the current configuration has demonstrated the ability to function independently and compatibly with the surrounding neighborhood. And I can't make that just on public comment alone. That finding that is now gated and not accessible like any other neighborhood in the entire back of the valley area.
Please.
I had one that I, at best, had questions on, and it's on packet page 42. Findings right above parenthetical letter, small case F. Above that, findings, there's 2 paragraphs. In the second half of the second paragraph, therefore, staff finds that the area surrounding the existing development site can be planned and zoned in coordination and substantial compatibility with the existing development. And I'm kind of like, so what does that really mean? And I kind of go back to some of the public comments about, for now maybe, but what about future plans? And the new zoning gives the impression that there's more options, flexibility, and certainly the opportunity for a larger development down the road. So I struggled with that too. It felt like if we say it, it's true, but for me, it's not.
Yeah. Well, and again, most of the findings that we're supposed to make are not applicable, so it's hard to make a lot of, it just seems like it's a round peg in a square hole. So does anyone else have any items?
Well, I think they are. Yeah. So just to clarify, Chair, so I've heard so far that planning commissioners are having difficulty making the findings in section 9-4.2206 B and C. I think that's, what was the third? E, B, C, and E. So, what we would ask the planning commissioners do is, if there's a majority that supports those subsections, and there may be more, I didn't mean to cut you off, but as there are, if there's a majority of support for those subsections, then explain why you think that finding cannot be made. And then staff will write it down, and then we're going to hopefully be able to share that resolution with you so that you can all see, and then you would be voting on that at the end of the deliberations.
Denise, so you want us to basically support next steps with specific findings that we cannot substantiate?
Right, so it sounds like that's where the Planning Commission is going. So now we're just going through the findings to see which ones the Planning Commission planning commissioners will have difficulty supporting. And so I've heard it's B, C, and E as findings that may be difficult for planning commissioners to support. So those would be could be the basis for a denial. And so we would want to hear from planning commissioners about why. If a majority of you all agree that those cannot be made, the reasons why they cannot be made.
So can we have those up on the screen while we're doing that, please?
Yes. And so I think this is a live, I think staff is working in the document right now, and you can see the findings that have been posted up there. I can't see that, it's too far for me, but some other people might be able to see.
I mean, I think I don't want to go down the rabbit's hole of opening something that has confused me for years and years, but the specific plan portion of HPD is very, very confusing. So I don't want to say that I'm limiting it to these because I never quite get to the specific plan being consistent because it's so weird. So I don't know, like, I don't want to make a motion that necessarily talks about that, but I also don't want the assumption to be that because we didn't bring it up, we concur with the finding.
Right, understood. So one option for Chair Hauser, if you get a majority to support you on this, would be to, with whatever recommendation you make to the council, provide an explanation of that the Planning Commission had difficulties just reconciling this project with the plan development process.
Yeah, I think that would be great. And then while we're talking about this, how do we, at some point, create an agenda that looks at the HPD process in general? Because this has come up like again and again and again, and it never gets easier, and it's not great for staff, and it's not great for council, and it's not great for us. Like, what do you recommend on that front?
Well, certainly the planning staff could schedule an agenda item to just discuss the HPD requirements, but there are limitations to what the city can do to change the HPD requirements without approval of the voters. So there are limitations.
Okay.
But that would be, just a way to at least have a discussion about that at a future date.
Okay.
I do believe, too, it is in the housing element to look at HPD and the PD process. I don't know where that will fall in the work plan.
Yeah.
Because as Assistant City Attorney Bizzano said, changes would likely require a vote of the people.
Yeah.
But it is noted in there.
Okay. I really appreciate that clarification. Okay.
And I understand what everybody was saying, but if we were doing some kind of change in language to eliminate, like what Sam said, or Commissioner Hauser, sorry, that there's this loophole. And I mean, effectively, as she said, I want to be PD, I'm just going to grade without a permit. So there's a flaw here, right? And I wonder if correcting a flaw would still, it's kind of rhetorical. I know we're going to talk about it at another time, but I wanted to throw that out there.
Okay. Well, if we could scroll up a little bit, we'll start at the top. Got it. I didn't have a problem with 1. Did anyone have a problem with 1? That was the only one that seemed to make sense to me.
We can take out the findings that are, all we're really looking for, the findings that the Planning
That we
Commission
cannot
cannot make.
Okay. Commissioner Redfield, I believe 2 came from you. Do you want to speak on that? And then folks can add.
Yeah, 2, it just seems so, I can't even think of the word, not real, if you will. It's the development we're talking about is a carport. That is the development. It speaks to this as it's a development, like we're putting in, homes or townhouses or whatever, apartments, whatever it could be. Can exist independently, and just the wording is so disingenuous, in my opinion. It doesn't meet the standard that it's not real, to me. It sustained desirability and stability or adequate assurance that such objective can be obtained. It's just not, it's disingenuous, the way it's worded, and it's misleading as development, in my opinion.
And to that, I would add each unit of the development, well, isn't the grading a unit of the development? That's why we're here. And I'm with you. It's these obscure bits that don't constitute a development.
Anyone have something to add?
I agree with my co-commissioners. This idea of sustained desirability and stability or adequate assurance, no.
Yeah.
It's a hard no.
Yeah, and I think, it's desirable that we have the applicant fix the correction, but it's not sustained desirability or stability. It's a transient fix.
Yes, it's transient.
Okay. When staff is ready, we'll move to the next one, but since you guys are typing, I'm gonna defer to you. Okay. 3, does anyone want to start?
So I'm struggling with will not be detrimental to the present or potential surrounding uses, but will have a beneficial effect which would not be achieved through other districts. We've already talked about another district, and I understand that the agreement is for PD, so we can't look at it. But also, from what we've heard from the public, there's already been detrimental. I mean, Lisa Funkhauser, Lisa, described detrimental effects to her property as a result of the grading. Yeah. I don't, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Redfield.
Mr. Redfield.
Yeah, the land uses would not be detrimental. That's a clear, to me, that should be followed up with clear and present danger in that statement. Because it has shown, just the grading alone has altered the land, it's altered the drainage, and it is proposed in what we have before us that it is not to be put back where it came from. So it has clearly altered the land. It is considered hazardous material according to, I believe, the chemical report came in with, I think it was 10, 12 barium, arsenic, chromium, lead, zinc, et cetera, in the soil samples. And clearly, the runoff issue, whether it has BMPs or not, whether they're monitored, and rainfall, that is the beginning of the watershed, essentially, for the valley. So, yeah, I can't make anything that's beneficial back there at all. It doesn't jive.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to clarify that the land uses that are being proposed here are single-family use. That's what the land use that is being proposed is, which is consistent with the surrounding area and the existing use on the property.
Can you clarify as you reset that, but will have a beneficial effect which would not be achieved through other districts?
So let me if you wouldn't
Please.
mind. So most cities tend to avoid PD zoning districts because it is a peculiar, right? Like base zoning districts are preferred. There's consistency, it's reliable, everybody gets the same thing. And so rezoning to a PD, it's kind of a privilege to get a PD designation, right? And it's a privilege that's considered when other base zoning districts don't make sense. And so it's hard, as the other commissioners are saying, I don't understand how a PD rezone is creating a beneficial effect that wouldn't be achieved through other districts. If we are going to rezone, a base district seems to be the most beneficial. I hear what we're saying about our ordinance. I just can't get there, and I'm not reading the ordinance the same way. Does anyone else want to comment? Commissioner Godwin?
Yeah, if we're talking about one house and when it's already in an R1 district, how is changing the zoning allow people anything other than what they could get in an R1 district, especially if it has a carport, so the car storage is now consistent? And, you know, I don't think we're getting anywhere with changing to a PD for a single house on a 20-acre site.
Yeah, I mean, so the relevant to this case, what they could do if they get it redesignated to PD is they could remove the grading, right? They could remove the soil. So that's one benefit that they can't get through other districts, and that's why they're seeking to be designated in PD, is to correct the grading issues.
I hear you, but I do think that I'm going to restate, like, being in a PD district is kind of a privilege, and we set a really dangerous precedent when the only way to get out of an illegal grading, right? Like, I don't want to keep beating the drum, but like, this is not, this finding, when it was created by the folks who put this into place, this was not what they envisioned, and intent is a really important part of our law, so.
And I can't
Yeah.
disagree with you. I don't
Yeah.
know what the
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I just want to add this too. Like, I get it. It's black and white. I understand the applicant's position. I understand your position. But the elephant in the room is that the applicant cannot be trusted. And that's what public comment is screaming at us. So when you say PD is considered someone of a privileged designation, we kind of are like skirting around the elephant in the room that is not a part of this in any way, shape, or form. It's not before us, but it's what the public has experienced in this neighborhood. So it's hard to get there.
I do hear you, but I think that we have to be very impartial and reserve our feedback to what's before us, and the facts don't comport for me. So no matter who the applicant is, I could not get here on this finding.
Agreed. And there's an undertone here, though, that is prevalent through the 50-plus public comments we've received. I just want to make mention of that.
Sure.
Is there another finding after this? Or does anyone else have anything? Commissioner Redfield.
I'd like to make a comment to kind of follow up on Commissioner Devine's, and just that I am shocked at the failure of the owners to understand the entitlements. This is not their first rodeo, clearly. This is not the first project or property that they purchased. So my apprehension, it's either like they had no idea or no clue, or they had other intentions. And that kind of goes with, the whole thing. It's like so far it's not gone well in the neighborhood from the get-go.
So we have to reword these to substantiate why we do not support them.
Well, I think that staff can put that together. So
maybe we should let them then, and we should just push this to council.
Yeah.
And let them get there.
Yeah, and if I may, we do need to know why you can't make them. So we will take the comments that you're providing and put them into sentences and bring them back. But we do need to know which findings you can't make and why you can't make them.
Yes, so I think the two that we've gone through so far, and is there one more after this?
Sorry, I just have a quick point of order. We don't bring it back. I'm so sorry. We will take your comments and put them into words.
Bless you.
Well, that was the hope. If Planning Commission feels more comfortable having it returned to you, certainly we can return it to you and you can review it and then approve it at a future meeting. But the idea was if we could get a consensus one way or the other tonight, we would have you make that determination. And we're hoping that this will help you feel comfortable enough to.
I, for one, would say that it's 9 o'clock and we have plenty of time to get through it tonight if staff has the ability to go through what they would like to. So then let's keep tracking. 5, the area is trying to develop. Commissioner Davis, I think this one was the one you brought up. Or maybe this was Commissioner Redfield. I can't remember. Whoever is finding this should take a start.
So this one might have been mine, but I do have, one of the things I have a hard time with on this one, that the PD district use is proposed or in conformance with the general plan, and, well, it's not applicable for the local. And the general plan is currently open space, agricultural, residential. So I had that question even as I was reviewing the packet. And I actually went back to look to see if there was a general plan amendment because I didn't find that for myself, that it's in conformance with what I understood the general plan land use to be. And I think one of the things everyone is struggling with here, and I understand the frustration on all sides, is that we keep referring to this development when really it's grading a carport and stating that it's a residential use when it's always been a residential use. There's been people living up there in that residence for years. And then the other side of that coin is the lack of trust that the applicant understands and/or intends to kind of follow the rules. And I'm making no judgment here. This is an observation. And so I think that we're all having a hard time reconciling that, and it's very confusing. I kept reading development plan, plan development, strategic plan, and I see these terms and the names and the numbers. It's obviously an official document, but I can't even see it. It's all just kind of ethereal. And I think that's one of the things that I know, I feel like Commissioner Redfield and I are struggling with. It just feels obscure and ambiguous.
All right. Does anyone have any other comments on 5? Okay. If we could keep going down. I mean, for me, on the last one, and maybe I should have said this, for me, the issue about consistency with the general plan is less because in my mind, and maybe I'm incorrect, a PD is designed to kind of be flexible in the general plan. I think for me, on the last one, it's the compatibility with surrounding uses. So I don't have any issues with 6 personally. But if other commissioners do, they should say that.
Well, and I think part of where I struggle with that one is that the land use for the general plan is OSAR, and PD is more flexible. We've talked about all that. And what I read in the ordinance is that if it gets zoned PD, then we'll make amendments to the general plan. And yet here we're saying that it's consistent as though that's what the expectation is. Does that make any sense at all?
Could I clarify, Commissioner Davis? So there are no proposed amendments to the general plan. So a PD establishes what the specific allowed uses are. And so in this case, with the residential use, that's consistent with the existing general plan designation that already allows residential use. There had been public comments raising concern about future development on the site, and I believe what you're referencing is just an explanation that, should an owner in the future want to make changes to their development plan, to the PD, then those are the things that we would be looking at, right? We'd be looking at amendments to the development plan, potentially amendments to the general plan. But that's not required here because it's consistent. The residential use is consistent.
With OSAR?
With the OSAR, correct.
Yeah, I was more focused on the PD designation, so thank you for steering me back on track.
Can we drop down? So I feel like most of these other ones didn't apply. If you keep going down to the be it further resolved, this is some, I don't know what to say. I cannot make or not make these findings because I'm confused by them. So I'll just note those. And I don't know if anybody has anything else to say on that point. I don't think that's fair necessarily, but
You're asking about the specific plan findings?
yes, do we have a specific plan?
Right, and so if you're not able to make findings to approve the development plan, then I think it follows.
Right.
That you can't make the findings for the specific plan.
Right, but I guess my question, and this is, I've had this question several other times, and I've never quite gotten an answer that makes sense to me. A specific plan is usually a document. Do we have a document here that's a specific plan?
No.
Right.
Other than the uses, right? Yes, so no.
So this, and that's, if we were able to get here, which we can't, to your point, I would have a hard time doing this because I don't think I don't see a specific plan, right? So I'll leave it at that. I don't think it's necessary because I don't think that's where we're going.
So is it accurate to say that because you can't make the findings for approval of a development plan, you can't make the finding of consistency? Is that an accurate way to capture what you've said?
That is accurate. I also would prefer that if we are going to do rezones to PD that require a specific plan, that the specific plan, even if it's a one-page document with the uses, that there be an actual document. I don't think that would be out of line with our ordinance.
And I'm going to chime in here because I had the same confusion. And in fact, in my notes, I said, at the risk of sounding ignorant, and it makes me feel so much better, you're confused too. There were 3 documents that were mentioned throughout, and it was the application, DP 87-22 and SP 180-22, and yet there was no document for me to look at, and I could not reconcile that in my head. I'm like, it's got to be a document, but I am absolutely with you. Another time, I think we need critical and pertinent documents to the decision we're trying to make, if that's allowed. So that's the second vote for specific plans to be included. Thank you.
City Attorney
If I
Donna,
may,
yes.
yeah, so I hear what you're saying, both of you, and yes, typically, specific plans are a specific document or subset of like a general plan. But in Pacifica's code, section 9-4.2208, a specific plan is really a lot of different documents. It doesn't say you have to have one document. There's lots of different requirements for submission, and that's what's necessary for the specific plan in Pacifica. And, you know, in this case, the applicant did submit what was applicable and required. But if, so to Chair Updegrave, or Director, sorry.
To Samantha right now.
Director Updegrave's comments earlier, if the Planning Commission, you know, can't make that finding because it can't make the finding of the plan development, then we can just specify that.
Yeah, well, and I think part of it makes sense if a specific plan is done subsequently to the PD rezone, but prior to the building permit, the way our ordinance is written. But because I feel like we're doing everything at the same time, it doesn't really feel like it's fulfilling what the ordinance is requiring, right? So that's the issue that I have with it. And this is not peculiar to this PD rezone, right? Anytime we've done these in parallel, I've had the same comment. So, okay. So, would staff recommend that we take a recess to give you guys a minute to do the, okay,
That's a good idea.
10 minute, 5 minute, 30 minute? You tell us what you need.
I think 10 minutes. Do you think 10? 10 minutes would be
Okay.
good. Thank
It
you.
is 9:13. We will take a recess until 9:23.
Chocolate is not pertinent to the recess.
Well, that might not be enough. I don't know what I just did. I broke it. that the right word? We're going to keep going. Perfect. And I'll turn it to staff to tell us what we should be doing.
Thank you, Chair Hauser. We're pulling the resolution back up. The first part of the resolution, the whereases are all the same as the resolution for approval in the packet until you get down to this highlighted one. So this is new from what you reviewed. So whereas the recommendation of denial of the rezoning and disapproval of the development plan and disapproval of the specific plan negates the need for any review under CEQA, as CEQA does not apply to projects which public agency rejects or disapproves. So is the commission okay with that change?
Can we go to the top really quickly?
Yes.
Um,
Go up more to the title. So, thank you. That is the very first change.
Yeah. I think I just wanted to make sure if we're going to decide if the recitals are true, that we have an opportunity to relook at the.
Would you like me to read it?
Sure.
Or are you good?
I'm personally good. Do we think that we need to read it for the record? City Attorney's shaking her head. I think we can keep going down.
Okay. Go back up just one. Okay, oh, no, to the further resolved. So be it further resolved, the Planning Commission recommends that City Council deny the approvals, and then into the findings that the Commission said they couldn't make. So the first one was that each unit of the development, as well as the total development, can exist as an independent development capable of creating an environment of sustained desirability and stability or adequate assurances that such objective will be obtained. And the finding that we heard is that the proposed project does not create an environment of sustained desirability and stability and does not provide adequate assurance that objectives for development would be obtained.
If it would be amenable to staff and the rest of the commission, I would add a sentence here that the benefit of the corrective action is not a sustained outcome. Does that make sense? I see one head nod, apathetic.
Can you repeat that, Chair?
The benefit of the corrective grading action does not equate to a sustained,
Grading action.
yeah.
Sorry, it's hard to.
No, sorry, and I'm not talking directly into the microphone. Does not equate to a sustained outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The second is the land uses proposed will not be detrimental to the present or potential surrounding uses, but will have a beneficial effect which would not be achieved through other districts. The grading has had detrimental effects to the surrounding areas and has altered the land and altered the drainage on the property and has created potential hazardous effects.
So could I ask for clarification? It says the grading has had detrimental effects to surrounding uses, but when you read it, you said, I heard areas, so which do we want it to be?
I think uses was the intention that staff had, and that's what I'm analyzing.
If it's contaminated, shouldn't we also say residents or future residents as well as surrounding uses?
I don't know if we have analyzed enough to my own personal satisfaction the claim that it's contaminated, and I don't think that that's related to the findings. It would be related to CEQA, which wouldn't apply. Is that fair? I see head shakes. Sorry, is that okay, Commissioner Godwin?
It's fine. Thought it was in the chemical report, but
I mean, so I think what Chair Hauser is saying is that there were public commenters who claimed that it was contaminated, but I think she's saying she hasn't seen evidence of that. And I don't know if our engineering team can speak to that or our consultants can speak to that, but I think what Chair Hauser is saying is that hasn't been established for her purposes.
So I think what we were saying, though, was there was a soil analysis, right? But maybe it wasn't concluded in that analysis that it was contaminated.
If there were not recs or other conclusions that stated definitively that it was not suitable for residential use, then I do not think that that would be a helpful thing to add to this document.
okay.
I do think that we should add some sort of affirmative statement. So I agree with what's written here, but I think we should affirmatively say that we did not conclude that a rezone would have a beneficial effect that would be more beneficial than other districts. Okay.
So the sentence would be, the rezoning to PD would not have a beneficial effect which would not be achieved through other districts.
Yes.
And then we weren't entirely clear from our notes, so we'd just like a little more information. So the finding is that the area surrounding the development can be planned and zoned in coordination and substantial compatibility with the proposed development, and the PD district uses proposed are in conformance with the general plan and, where applicable, the local coastal plan, or that changes in the general plan or local coastal plan are justified. So what we heard was that the proposed uses do not align with the intent of the PD district in section PMC 9-4.2202.
I think what was said was that we can't, and I would ask everybody to weigh in because this did not come from me, but it sounds like we cannot make an affirmative statement that there's substantial compatibility with the surrounding area. Especially because we're talking about grading, which is intimately related to stormwater, and the stormwater condition has been noted as less than. Commissioner Davis, did I accurately capture? Okay, I see a head nod.
So the proposed use does not align with the intent of the PD district in PMC section 9.4.2202 because the project is not compatible with surrounding uses. I feel like I missed a word, Chair Hauser.
It's substantially compatible, I think, what she said.
Okay.
Well, the finding requires a substantial compatibility finding.
Thank you. And then pertaining to the specific plan, the specific plan is consistent with the approved development plan. Because the findings for the development plan cannot be made, the specific plan cannot be approved, and this finding cannot be made.
Yeah, would you mind going up to the yellow one more time? I would just change this, if you don't mind, to say the proposed development does not align. I think that's more accurate to what Commissioner Davis was saying. Is that, yes, I see a head nod, okay. And I was okay with the specific plan one, thank you for tailoring that.
And then the final is, now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission of the City of Pacifica hereby recommends that the City Council deny enactment of an ordinance rezoning and recommending disapproval of the development plan and recommending disapproval of the specific plan, to deny reclassification of the existing Hillside Preservation District overlay to permit land disturbances consistent with PMC Section 9-4.2256.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? All right, then shall we call for a vote? All right, would someone like to make a motion on this denial? And I would ask that the city attorney advise to make sure that we do it correctly.
Yes, so the motion should specify that you are moving to approve the resolution of denial as prepared by staff and reviewed by the Planning Commission here tonight and on the screen before you. And making the findings therein.
I think if someone says, so moved, that covers it.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded
second.
by Commissioner Godwin. And a yes vote is a yes on a denial.
I'm sorry?
A yes vote is a yes for denial.
Right, since the motion is to recommend denial, a yes vote would be a denial.
All right, please vote.
Motion made by Commissioner Davis, seconded by Commissioner Redfield. Vote is
Godwin was the second.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Seconded by Commissioner Godwin. Vote is unanimous, yes, to deny the resolution, or project.
Adopt the resolution, to adopt the resolution recommending denial.
All right. That takes care of continued public hearings. Moving on to commission communications. Okay. Commissioner Devine.
Can I just ask a quick question? I want to confirm that the council meeting for liaison, is that December 6th or the 1st?
8th, right? 8th?
December 8th.
Or the 8th? Okay, thank you.
And council meetings now start at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
I don't think we'll go on at 6 p.m., but.
I do have a quick question.
Yes.
So, being the newbie, I swear I'm not going to keep using that because it's been almost, well, it has been 6 months. But I do have some procedural and administrative type questions, and I don't want to ask them now, but can I do that during commissioner communications at another meeting, or?
I believe you can, and City Attorney Bizzano will advise us if it's out of order.
Oh.
Would you like to do that now?
No, I'm saving it for another meeting, but you know what? I thought about running it by Denise before. Let me talk, yeah.
We can talk offline.
I can talk to you one-on-one, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what?
Go ahead, finish.
No, I'm finished. I'll talk to her offline first.
Okay. I'd like to piggyback on Commissioner Devine's question. Is the item that we just took action on going to council on December 8th, and does that need a liaison as well?
That's a great question, Chair Hauser. It's currently not on the agenda for December 8th.
Okay.
And so that, we need to plan that through the city manager.
Sure.
It will, I'm, 570 Crespi is going on December 8th. feel fairly confident saying that this project will not go on December 8th as well.
For avoidance of doubt, under my purview as chair, I would ask that if it does for some reason go on the 8th, that Commissioner Devine be allowed to liaise.
Thanks, Sam.
Otherwise, we won't have one.
Okay.
Except though that, so it wasn't agendized to designate a liaison.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but-
Christian adds them or added them.
I
You have
can-
a press.
I can support,
I just want to make sure we have, okay, like, if we have an earlier hearing, so let me back up. Do we have an earlier hearing than December 8th? Will we have the first meeting in December, or is that going to be canceled?
I do believe we will have both meetings in December.
Then I will reserve until then.
But we will definitely be back at Planning Commission.
That's great.
For
We
to
just,
designate.
unfortunately, have had items where things have moved around.
Yes.
And then council's like, where's the liaison? So, okay. Let's move it on to staff communications.
Staff have no communications this evening.
Then would
Well,
anyone-
beyond, I believe we are going to have both meetings in December, and appreciate the commissioners who shared their planned absences. So we, as we move forward with those meetings, just because the holidays can get scheduled out, we will be polling to make sure that we have a quorum before publishing the agenda. So please look for those emails or calls.
All right. Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting? Stay here all night with you guys.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Ouch.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, let's vote.
Motion made by Commissioner Davis, seconded by Commissioner Devine. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Success. Our incredible honorees this year are Janie Bono James, Holly Smalley, Kathy Johnson, John Beckmeyer, Caroline Barba, Deidre Kennedy Crow, H. James Crow, Frank Erbacher, Joel Dunlap, Annie Irwin, and Dennis Willis. You do not want to miss this event. Tune in November 22nd at 7 p.m. to channels 26, 27 Coastside or online at pacificcoast.tv. Thank you for your support.
Really is to educate our young on the sacrifices made by our military by showing them the vehicles and the weapons that were used to give us our freedom. We have everything from World War I to modern, from motorcycles to tanks.
Hi, I'm Diana Seeger. I'm a 32-year resident of Pacifica, and PCT has been revolutionizing the way we communicate important issues with our community. The city council meetings are fantastic. This recent event down at Lindemar Beach with Mary Beer there, these are all important things for the rest of the community to know about, and I'm just so impressed. I love Lynn Adams. She's done an amazing job, and for her to be recognized and have that be televised to the rest of the community. These are just a fraction of what PCT has been televising. They televise the dog surfing contest. It goes on, and I for one, am going to be donating a substantial amount of money to PCT because, unlike a lot of other things that I get asked to donate to, this to me is revolutionizing and bringing our community up to the 21st century. And thank you, Kevin, our city manager, Woodhouse. Please work with PCT to make it a win-win for them, because if any group, out of every group that's been supporting Pacifica, I actually think this is the #1 group that's done more than any other group. So thank you again. I will be donating. Thank you.
Raising the Progress Pride flag is really important to show LGBTQ+ community members that they're welcome here in Half Moon Bay, and that there's representation and visibility. And the fact that Macon Main Street has also embraced it, and you can see Progress Pride flags all up and down the street, and there were a lot of people here supporting during the Progress Pride flag raising, just reminds LGBTQ folks that they're welcome here and they can feel seen.
I really love that it really brings a cross-section of the community together. I think that's what Pride is really about, is it's about celebrating everybody for who they are, and I think that shows in the community coming out today and supporting from all walks of life.
Was there a strong need for this car show to happen at this community?
Yes, there is. This is our main fundraiser for our industrial arts program, which includes woodshop, art, ceramics, and we need this money to keep our programs very enriched because we do have limited funds here in this district, and we do this. The community is great. There's a tight car culture in the city of Pacifica.
It's become almost as big as the parade thing. What's the Fog Fest?
The Fog?
So I mean, usually it's a lot bigger than what this, but I mean, I'm very happy with the turnout that we have because it's raining here, you know, and I got people out here, you know, buying tickets, doing all this stuff here. I mean, how can, you know, this is awesome.
This is a 90 engine. This is the 1.6 short block. It puts out just about 115 horsepower. Nothing crazy, but the car only weighs 2,000 pounds, so it's really good in the corners. Yeah. This car comes fitted with a DDW Motorworks intake. That's pretty much it for the engine, nothing too crazy.
This industry is recession-proof. Your car does not care what the economy is doing. It's going to break down, and there is such a need for technicians right now in this industry. I think we're going to need at least another 40,000 in this state just in a couple of years.
As a busy mom juggling family, errands, and everything life throws at me, I try my best to be environmentally conscious. So of course, I buy flushable wipes thinking I'm doing the right thing. But it turns out flushable wipes aren't actually flushable. I found out the hard way when flushable wipes caused a clog and flooded my house with sewage. It ended up costing me thousands of dollars in damage and a big headache with the insurance company. It's safe to say our family will never flush a flushable wipe again, and instead put them where they belong, in the trash.
In 2019, Pacifica began an ambitious endeavor called Vision 2025 and Beyond, a community-driven effort carefully designed to pave the way for the city's sustainable future and a thriving community. This comprehensive plan focused on financial forecasting, public engagement, revenue enhancement, economic development, and communication. Recognizing significant long-term funding needs, Pacifica actively engaged with the community to determine the holistic and inclusive approach to the Vision 2025 and Beyond project and what the city should prioritize while ensuring its financial sustainability. With community support, Measure Y, a half-cent sales tax, was successfully passed in November 2022, resulting in an annual revenue increase of approximately $2.8 million. In addition, several critical economic development initiatives were launched as part of the Vision 2025 and Beyond project, which identified economic opportunities and market-based solutions to establish a solid foundation for future economic growth in Pacifica. Building on the achievements of Vision 2025 and Beyond, the city formally adopted the 2023 to 2030 strategic plan. This plan continues to prioritize community needs and foster a better future for all Pacificans. For more information, please visit www.cityofpacifica.org today.
Welcome to Pacific Coast TV. Meets creativity.
We have to have community television so people can participate, so they can be civically engaged.
At PCT, our mission is simple: to ensure public access to electronic media and empower you to use it effectively. We believe an informed and interconnected community is a healthy one. That's why we provide training in TV, radio, and the internet, giving you the tools to tell your story. From creating TV shows and podcasts to building websites, our members bring their ideas to life using our state-of-the-art. PCT gives a voice to the people of our county and building a stronger connection. One story at a time. From dog surfing to fog festivals and pumpkin festivals, we got you covered. Pacific Coast Television has full coverage on all of your Pacific Coast.
At the Pacific Coast Fog Fest.
Pacifica, the beautiful coastal city of Pacifica, 15 miles from San Francisco, 92 miles from Sacramento. Way to go. God bless you.
Love the parade, love the people, love the ocean.
If you had a hand for me, I told you this was what I do. What was it do?
It's super fun. You should totally come.
My favorite thing about the Fog Fest is basically everything.
Pacifica, California is home of the World Dog Surfing Championship. Every summer, thousands of people flock to Lindomar Beach to hang paws with man's best friend.
And we all had fun out there, showing everybody how much fun you can have with your best friend on the water. Hanging out with our surf dog family.
Featuring world-renowned K9 surf pros that will give Airbud a run for his money.
Hey, it's awesome. She's been doing this a long time. This is her last season doing it, and Cherie is just
super stoked to be able to walk away with a gold medal.
The event is also sponsored by numerous charities and animal shelters.
We are only here for watching the dogs, but then you can know more about new shelters or new programs that help dogs and people the same way.
Witness a unique bond between dogs and a community, proving that man's best friend is the best buddies system.
Pacific Coast Television invites you to our 2025 PCT Honors Ceremony. Join us on November 22nd at 7 p.m. to celebrate our outstanding community members who make the Coastside a wonderful place to live. Hosted by Pacific Coast Television's Executive Director, Martin Anaya, we aim to highlight our honorees' accomplishments that have contributed to our overall community's success. Our incredible honorees this year are Janie Bono James, Holly Smalley, Kathy Johnson, John Beckmeyer, Caroline Barba, Deidre Kennedy Crow, H. James Crow, Frank Erbacher, Joel Dunlap, Annie Irwin, and Dennis Willis. You do not want to miss this event. Tune in November 22nd at 7 p.m. to channels 26, 27 Coastside or online at pacificcoast.tv. Thank you for your support.
Pacific Coast Television provides a platform for community members to put their shows on TV. Let's take a look at some of the shows produced and aired on PCT throughout the years.
Welcome to the only live primetime musical variety show on the west coast of the United States.
But she's talking, load of fun, with someone that she really loves.
It takes rocks and gravel, make a solid roof.
I got some real good TV tonight.
You ready? This is Soundwaves TV.
Let's welcome Kathy Holly and Spotlight.
Welcome to Straight Talk for Entrepreneurs, where we reveal what it really takes to build a successful business. Hi, I'm Brandon C. White, and this is Build a Business Success Secrets.
I had to do a special, I think I'm going to call this a season finale with my pal of pals. Mary Beer is in the house. How are you, Mary?
If you have an idea for a show and want to get your message out to the world, PCT can make it happen. For more information, please visit pacificcoast.tv and sign up to become a member. Let's make your show a reality.
Hello, I'm Kathy, and I've been battling asthma for more than 30 years. Many people love warm fire in the hearth. Unfortunately, for me and for millions suffering from asthma, COPD, emphysema, or lung cancer, deadly. I want to thank you for not and saving our environment and our lungs, because .org today.
Hi, I'm Lynn Adams with the Pacific Beach Coalition, and it's really important to me that we have community television because it allows us to have our community meetings online. It allows us to reach out and educate our community, and it's really important that we can have that service. PCT has been really valuable to the Pacific Beach Coalition by publishing and filming our events, the Earth Day event and Coastal Cleanup Day event, which we just did today. And people that can't come here can still see the message. And that's really important and vital. So I want to thank PCT for all their work and hope that people will support PCT so that they can continue their work here in Pacifica and along the coast. Thank you.
In 2019, Pacifica began an ambitious endeavor called Vision 2025 and Beyond, a community-driven effort carefully designed to pave the way for the city's sustainable future and a thriving community. This comprehensive plan focused on financial forecasting, public engagement, revenue enhancement, economic development, and communication. Recognizing significant long-term funding needs, Pacifica actively engaged with the community to determine the holistic and inclusive approach to the Vision 2025 and Beyond project and what the city should prioritize while ensuring its financial sustainability. With community support, Measure Y, a half-cent sales tax, was successfully passed in November 2022, resulting in an annual revenue increase of approximately $2.8 million. In addition,